officially can apply. Beside the fact of the technique of the level 13 plus, you are able to combine and use the brain of prehistoric man that I would help you so that you can communicate with by thought, by using universal energy, energy from the light of the stars. All of this is to help you so that you are able to achieve successfully, to help yourself, to help your family and your country. After this, now all of you get ready for the energy transfer for you. And then we can continue with the class. Dạ, chúng con chuẩn bị rồi, chúng con xin thầy chuyển điện. Now energy transfer begin. Dạ, chúng con cảm ơn thầy. So now, just as I mentioned for you, just like I had just mentioned to you, I hope that all of you, after you graduate this class, as well as a number of you who audit this class from other countries who come to Holland to audit, and you receive the energy, if the new students or you are from the previous session, each seminar there is a difference because of the new topics, the new subjects. Therefore, I hope that in the near future, it doesn't mean that I force you to come to audit. But if you have the time, if you have the condition, then you should come to audit the class that you had already attended. Just like some of you in the case of the country that you organize due to the limitation of the hall, and with the auditors, the number of auditors allowed is decided by the organizer due to the limitation of the hall. But I encourage you, if you have a chance, you can try to come to audit so that you can learn from the new topics. In summary, in any situation, in any profession, the more you can update your knowledge, the more you can update your lessons, then you are able to apply and adapt to the new changes. However, if you don't have the time, you can still apply. You are able to contribute successfully. It doesn't mean that you don't have a chance to audit, then you won't be able to do anything. You don't know the new topics, but you can still apply the old one that you have already learned. Just like today in this class, and I see that in Holland, the hall, I see that a lot of students, but at least more than 500 of you who come here to learn and translate it into 14 languages, and a number of you, many of you who already graduate the class, you come to audit. As you come here to audit, and I transfer energy for you, and you are able to use a new formula. The new formula, that means the additional part about using the brain of prehistoric man. So in the future, all of us, all of the people will be able to use the brain of the prehistoric man officially. Only in that manner we can meet the demand to help all of the people, the whole world, to be more effective. I present to you with everything that you learned from yesterday and today. I hope that through your questions, through the documents that you research, so that I can give you my answers, I share with you my experience, so you can go back home and you can apply to help yourself and to help other people more effectively. Now, next, I will let you ask questions so I can answer.
In my work and in helping people, I asked you many times for help, and always I received the right answer. and I'm very grateful for that. Now, my questions. In the past, you spoke about the secondary and primary brains. Now you speak about the brain of the prehistoric man. And I'm very curious, I am curious. Can you please tell me more about this prehistoric brain? What is the difference of the prehistoric brain with our primary brain? What are the extra capacities that we will have when we start to use the brain of the prehistoric man? Next question. My son likes to apply universal energy. He is only 7 years old. Now my question is, from which age on can children of the UE family, so the parents have done level universal energy, from which age can the children learn universal energy? Yes? Yeah? Last question. We are very privileged that our chakras were opened in a short time, and that we have been able to do a lot in helping our fellow human being. My question now is, are there at this moment children who are born with open chakras? You have told that there are masters in the East and they can meditate a whole life, and then maybe they succeed in opening 1 or 2 chakras. And those masters came to you for opening of the chakras for 100%. But my question now is, because when I speak with my son always is telling me, although he is 7, and he's telling me that from the moment on that he started talking, he said his chakras were open, and he said that during the night when he is going to sleep, that he is not really asleep, and that he is helping people when he is in his bed. And he speaks about you, that he can see your image in the small pyramid at the head end of his bed. So I am wondering if this is a whole fantasy of the child, because he sees me practicing with the pyramid, or is this reality? These were my questions. Thank you very much, Master, that I can ask those questions.
Now, through your question, let me answer for you. Now, as you know, from my study and learning from the deities, about 200,000 years ago, all of the masters in Atlantis, they do not have just 3 parts of the brain. They only have one brain. That is the brain of the human, in the human flesh. After they learn, they progress, and with that brain, they are able to fully use the brain without the influence from the animal part of the brain, which is the reptile and the mammal part. In reality, how come we divide the brain into 3 parts? There are a number of scientists who spent 40, 50 years in the past, but from my understanding, due to the fact that of the influence of tradition, family, society, and all of the influence in the material world that block the development of our brain, that is the masters from 200,000 years ago, due to the fact that they have a division due to the benefits of each. That's why it blocked their progress and they blocked their development of the brain. Therefore, all of the soul of the master Atlantis, God had taken them back. About 200,000 years later, now God sent them all down here. They are no strangers. You, me, all of us. Not all of us, but the majority of you, the masters from Atlantis, who already returned back to God. This time, God has sent us down here. The purpose is to teach us one more part. That means officially, God allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man that was original designed by God. That is the reason I want to share with you. In the case of the brain of prehistoric man, we are returned back to the original state. Listen carefully now. That original state, that is the unity of the 3 parts of the brain. so that in the future, in the year 2004, for those of you who graduate at level 13 plus in the year 2003, the couples, your children is born in the year 2004, then all of these children, even if they don't want to be healthy, they will be healthy. If they don't want to be wise, they will be intelligent, because they are fortunate that their parents had received the energy directly from the light of the star, from the sun, and their parents who knows how to apply using the brain of THchodC man. In the future, the children, they don't have the brain divided into three parts, and that are influenced by the secondary part of the brain, the mammal and reptile part. Therefore, the scientists around the world, they use the brain very small percentage according to the research. At most 5 or 6% of the brain, and 95 or more percent they are not able to use. Each time they try, it is disconnected. Whether it is the top scientist, due to the fact that it is influenced by tradition, culture, society, that halt the progress, halt the development of the main brain. My students, there are many scientists, astrophysicists. Many times they had met me or discussed with me. These scientists, they hope that they learn so they can research to help humankind. But then they couldn't. They cannot do it according to their desire. When a scientist research on a certain subject to help mankind, I know because of the many influence. Let's say they try to have a design to sell for 3 to 5 million, but then due to the influence of industrialists, they buy it and they sell it for hundreds of millions. In the case of design of the satellite, as you know, let's say for long distance phone call, at most you have like $10 long distance in your bill. But in your business, with all of the communication, because of the business, and they calculate and then they sell, and then they send you the bill of $3,000 for the long distance. Supposedly it should be cheap. So I just want to share with you some of the scheme in the human. These are my students who are the scientists who mentioned to me. They designed it for the sake of humankind, but then they try to do that to help people at a low cost, but they cannot do that. That is how I want to share with you some of the points. In the future, it is not like me who can use the brain of THchodC man, not you, not only in the UE family, we are able to use the brain of THchodC man, but for the whole humankind will be able to benefit from this. All of the mistakes that we had in the past, 200,000 years ago, due to the fact that we have selfishness and ego, that's why it was disappeared. 200,000 years later, God sent us down here, you, me, all of us down here, to serve humanity. So we should never violate and make the mistake of the past. That is how I want to share with you. Eventually, from the time you learn the level 13, you know how to use energy of the sun, the energy from the stars, and you come to learn about the brain of THchodC man. What do you use? When you come to the class, you would know, because now I do not know yet. If you ask, I do answer for you. But God has allowed me to use it already. I already done it. I have seen the result already. With everything that I learned from the deities who send the messages to me, I have to apply. And apply, I see the positive result, then I can teach you. Therefore, in April, I will officially teach you. And now today, from now to the future, I'll continue to learn. It doesn't mean that I stop learning. I learn so that we know how to use the brain of THchodC man to help mankind. That is a portion I want to share with you with my experience about the part of our brain, the brain of THchodC man, the brain of the master in Atlantis, and the brain of the man after 200,000 years. And on the next part, I decided a number of you listen carefully. If in your family you have children who were born since 1996, I advise for you, you yourself, you open chakra 30-60% for them. Whether they want to learn, you just open chakra for them. And you write their name. Each time when they have a level 3 class with the level 3 chakra opening connection, so you can take your children to them, so they can get the chakra open 100%, joining the class. Perhaps when they are older, then they can learn. So for the children in the UE family, so if they are born since 1996, then you can help them to learn so they can have the chakra open. And I also share with you through the past, as I had gone through, I know. In my life I had gone through, I have understood. It is not a normal person who can open chakra for me. It is from the deities who open chakra for me. As you can see, when we open chakra, it is not so easy. However, at the present time, in a large UE family, from the time when you come to learn UE school, you have children, all the children were born before you learn UE. Each day when you love your children, you transfer energy to help them to enhance their intelligence, to help them with their health. All of these forms, for sure, their spirit are linked to you. That's why they come to be your children. These are the high spirits. Because of the young age, they don't understand. So in my life, I know. For that reason, I decided that you open chakra for them. Why? So that when they can develop maturely with their physical body, they have sufficient understanding to receive the message from the deities. Because when they receive the message, they do not know whether it's right or wrong. They just listen and they learn. So I advise for you, you learn to the higher levels. You should not say what is right, what is wrong. Then you can measure by the energy when they talk to you. It means they tell you, father, mother, they see this and they see that. You just measure with the energy. They do not know anything. They just know about the energy. Only you measure by the energy to determine whether it is right or wrong. Sometimes they mention it to see if in yourself you feel pleased, meaning that you are pleased by the energy. It doesn't mean that whatever they say and you listen to them, and then you might go lost. You might be lost if you just follow them. Most of you get lost by that. Just listen to these children thinking they're telling you the truth. Now you just listen to them and see if it is by the measuring with the energy to see what they are saying. Sometimes they say something that beyond their imagination, beyond their knowledge. What is it about? And you use energy to measure. Also, you have many ways that you are able to determine. By measuring the energy, you would know, meaning that how you can sense the energy. Then you would know the messages. Sometimes the energy you measure is from chakra 3 to chakra 4 or chakra 5. You know, this is a high spirit. The high spirit that can help the physical body is not like the divine being. Listen carefully on that part. So you have to learn how to measure. Do not listen to what they say 100%. Whatever they say 100%, for sure, it might not be all accurate. If you listen to them 100%, then they are wrong and you are wrong. So you and him both are wrong, then it is a pity for you. So you listen whatever they say, this is not right, and then you explain to them, this is not right, this is not correct. And as they grow older, they are more mature, they understand. And you also teach them by the way that you can measure the energy, you can help them. You keep on listening to them, thinking that they are good, they are high spirit, and then you help them in a way to fall. So I share with you from this experience, so you know you are able to help the children to develop spiritually and to develop their mind, because right now they don't have the wisdom yet. Physically, they don't have the wisdom yet. As the body doesn't have the wisdom, if the high spirit, it is not adapting well in the body. So that's how I want to share with you. In the case of opening chakras, you know there are many who knows the masters, the yogis, among millions of them who worship the yogi master, who meditated 60, 70 years of learning. But I tell you, they couldn't even open one chakra 1%. And I sit in front of me, I open chakra by hand. Not just one, but many of them. It doesn't mean that you sit, you go through the yoga meditation, you can open chakra. What is opening chakra? Opening chakra, that means that your spirit unite with the Spirit of God. who allowed you to open chakra and who can open your chakra? I don't have that ability. But when you place your hand on chakra 6 and 7, I open chakra for you. The energy from the deities sent to me and I send to you that you can open chakra. No one on earth can open chakra. I know. Whatever they claim, it is their business. I don't have any opinion. But as I learn, I just want to share with you on that part so you learn from this experience, if they can. Then this yogi master that I often mention to you with millions of followers. I myself, I have to place my hand on him to open chakras for him. 100% to open chakra for him. And also all of the monks, the masters in Egypt 50,000 years ago, the life of all the Egyptian masters, one lifetime they can open 1 or 2 chakras. They couldn't open all 100%. But for you, all of us, how come we are very fortunate that God help us? Because our spirit who come down here, more or less you have the responsibility to help mankind. That's why in the case of opening chakras, to learn, to receive the energy, to be able to control the flow of universal energy is not as difficult because you have that seed already. Your spirit are from above to come down here. It's not like from low to high. It is different. It doesn't mean that I teach you that I tell you. Like in my own family, they don't learn. Then it is their own fate. I do not boast. I do not encourage them to learn. If they volunteer to learn, then I can help them to learn. I know my family. I tell you the truth. My family, I don't like them. They just come to learn for fun. People learn, they just come to learn just for fun because learning as a way for them to go travel. They do not know how to do the healing technique. They just receive the energy, they practice the pyramids, practice the antenna, but they don't even know anything. They don't know anything about the energy. They just come to learn just for fun. Because they ask to learn and then I help them to learn, but I tell them to treat. They don't know how to treat people. That is my family members. I tell you the truth about them. So they cannot do anything, but they are fortunate, more or less. They are linked to me. That's why I help them to come to learn, because others I don't remember. I do not help them to learn. However, there are some strangers who do not know me. But by great fortune, I help them to come to learn, to help the body with wisdom, to help all of the other spirits with the means so that they can progress. On this, I help a lot. And these are the strangers that I help a lot. I give all of the opportunities so that they can come to learn in the country or outside the country. On that, I help a lot. That is how I want to share with you in the case of opening chakras, so that you can summarize more or less in this class. You are preparing to learn the technique of controlling the soul of the cells in the body, the soul of the cells of all the living creatures. Then you need to understand all of these topics. Only in this manner you are able to contribute to help when you encounter the problems. And the most important part is for those who come to you, that you can help them. I also share with you further in the case of the children. When they're born, they don't have the chakra open. Like I mentioned to you already, I don't have that ability. But each time when you call me directly or remotely, open the chakra of connection for many countries, perhaps in here you already know because you have attended the chakra opening. Each week, once or twice, Dick and Vani had organized it with the connection, the opening chakras, 30 or 40 connections. When they teach the theory of level 3, then I open chakra 100% for them. And then I transfer energy for them so they can learn level 4. Every 2 weeks. Most of the Eastern or Western Europe country, I open chakras, 30, 40 connections. Sometimes Vani organize. They have a connection to South America, to Mexico, and sometime with connection to Asia. So that is one work to help with opening chakras to all the country around the world. That every 2 weeks we have the program, and also for the level 5, 5.1, 5.2, level 6, there are many countries that are open chakras and transfer energy. That is how I share with you on that subject. You are fortunate The opening chakra is not hard for us. But if we are not fortunate to open chakra, it might be very difficult. So whether they practice and they learn, this up to each of them. For myself, in the case of these yogi masters, as they sit to meditate, there are so many years that they spend that after I open chakra for them, their life changed very fast because they have trained through the years. Once they have the energy from the opening chakra, this yogi masters merge with the Spirit of God. The body of these yogi masters, they have a stronger immune system to protect their health. So these yogi masters can help millions of people around the world. Through this question that relate to opening chakras, in the past, this yogi masters, 8 years ago, he's about to die. But then God, who gave one of the gift to that yogi monk, and that is one of the highest monk, he's about to die. I only spent 1 minute to open chakras, 1 minute to give the treatment. Until now, he's still healthy. After 8 years, he's been helping millions of followers. He helped with that way. He helped so many people to learn to develop spiritually. And this yogi, he's still alive. Who is in Southeast Asia? Most of you in Southeast Asia, most of you who have a chance to go to Southeast Asia, you would know about this. So on that, I just want to share with you my experience, so you know. One more time, I just want to remind all of you with your children, when they are born from 1996, then I agree so that they can have the chakra open. If they do not want to learn, and among both of you, let's say your spouse do not agree, then don't do it. That's how I advise for you. If you love your children, then you try just to help them. So that is up to you. If you see that they don't want to do this or don't want to do that, they feel uncomfortable, if you try to force them, then it has no effect. If you try to force them and then they disagree, and then it may hurt the relationship between you. So you explain to them, if you want to be healthy, you want to do well in school. If you say that you want to do well in school, you want to be healthy, you want to see that you can help your friends, you just point out these 3 questions. And if they like to help themselves with health, to help themselves with intelligence, so that they themselves, they can follow your footsteps to help others. And that is the path of the Christ, to sacrifice to help others. You want to train them from now, from the early age. Only explain to them very simple way. In a simple way, if you explain like that, they don't agree, then you wait until when they agree. So remember, when they are born from 1996 to the past. So if they are born since 1996, then you can help them. Do you have happiness? No. With so many influence due to the ties, as I had mentioned to you, how can we have wisdom when we can never have true happiness? We can never have total freedom. Then how are you going to get wisdom? Each day you read the newspaper, and then you have concern on the television, and you have fear through the news. On the television, the scientists mention about something, and you have concerns, worries, distraction. All of this stuff always constantly creates stress in your mind. And with all that stress, if you can use your brain 6%, that is best. So perhaps sometimes it is only you are using only 0.5%. All of the human in the world, that is, we suffer the same fate. All of us. You think about it. Do you have freedom? Do you have total happiness? You may. It is a false sense of happiness or freedom. You don't have freedom or happiness. All of the people, you think that they have freedom, but in fact, in us, we totally lose our freedom, totally lose our happiness. When I present this, you think about it, and you know how do you get wisdom. For that reason, the teaching of EWE has been established That is the reason that I keep on reminding all of the spirits who are sent by God down here. They are no strangers. All of you, me, all of us. And about solving the problem from the past. After you learn from the level 1 to the level 12 is complete. When you go to college and the previous class, you leave it to others. Yesterday I had mentioned to you, in the case of karma, I don't understand why. I don't know the reason. Due to the level of the humankind about 25 centuries ago, at that time the humankind was so simple. So that's why they mention using the principle of karma. That is a way for us to progress. If you keep on holding to that principle, now we don't want to abandon it. After you graduate high school, or you go into college, and then you still hold on to the lesson from the high school. But now the progress from the level 1 to the level 12, and you keep on learning about how to do the alphabet, M, A, SMA, keep on learning how to spell. But you go to college, you're still learning how to spell. I keep on telling you, but everything is involving fear. In Vietnamese, it is very strange. Ma with the accent is ma. Ma is mother, and you put one as ma meaning the grave, and then ma meaning a ghost, the wandering soul. Try to translate so that the foreigner can understand that. You can see that. We're only using two letters, ma, and these are causing people to fear. And people have gone through to find, you use a boat to cross the river, and now you are already in inland, but you still hold on to the boat. So supposedly, let's say you go on to they have the boat, you go rowing the boat, and you cross the river, but you still hold on to the boat, telling people to keep on going the boat, even though they have the means of the jet aircraft, but they still hold on to go across to the boat. You need to find the fastest way, the means adapting to the advancement. So they cannot change, so they keep on holding to the old ways. My purpose to come down here is to remind the humankind the means, let's say from the the Buddhist teaching, they mentioned about the karma, the concept of karma. We learn it already. We know it already, so why should we hold on to that old principle? That is from 25 centuries until now, they keep on holding to this old concept. That is not how Buddha taught. Buddha wanted the disciple to excel, so they can advance further. But they learn from low to high, and they keep on going down. They keep on holding about for example, these are the three. Ma, meaning the love. Ma is fear. Ma is death, going to the grave. Mother is love. They teach you love to progress. How come they teach you love? And then you keep on mentioning about that, meaning death and fear. And they go on the spiritual path. They keep on causing people to fear. They don't have any teaching that in the case of the ghost, and you can help them. And ma, meaning when you die, you go to the grave. I teach you in a very simple way. In this words in Vietnamese, they know and understand right away. But for you, the foreigners, I just want to mention to Vũ and Minh have tried to explain ma, so they can understand that concept about the life in the human world. Let's say after this life, now you are Afro. After you complete your lesson, and then the next life you would be in Russia, and then after you complete the next life, you will be in Vietnam, for example. So you remember that. So you have to erase that. Yesterday I mentioned to you to erase the past. The past you learned already. The past you had gone through already. You don't have to hold on to it anymore. If you keep on holding to that and you're falling down, now you are in a level 13 plus, and then starting on Monday, after Sunday we end the class, and then Monday I tell you to go down to learn the level 7 special, or to learn to the level 6 to practice a pyramid. Do you want to do that? Now you are in a level 11, 12 and 13, and then Monday, after you graduate, the level 13 plus this class, and on Monday I tell you to come here. I'll teach you level 6. Do you want to do it? Or you want to learn about the brain of prehistoric man? I tell you the truth. If you want to learn level 6, I would spend the time to teach you level 6 again. Do you want to learn it? If you want to, I'll teach you on Monday level 6. The reason I want to mention like that is you need to erase the concept of karma. If you are afraid of owing debt, of paying people, then each day, after you eat and you sleep, you have the free time, you send energy. You send energy out. This is the way that you do the deeds to pay the debt. So, in the case of death in the human world, no one is without debt. You think about it. All of the people, even the most powerful people, the one who has all the money and power, they owe a lot of people. The people who serve them, who take care of them when they were born, to nurture them, to help them in many ways, so that they are able to be successful, and they have to pay them. So I advise for you, in the LUONG MINH family, we owe a lot of people, so we should not boast. I myself, today, as I'm on this earth, with my presence on this earth to teach you, I owe so many countries in the world. From the time I'm born until now. Without all of this working of the country in the world, so how can I travel all around the world? Even though if I have money, I can buy the airplane tickets. But without those people who do the work to bring me the means, and how can I travel to teach in many years around the world? Not to mention in my own country, my own people. Each person who will bring me the means of food and shelter, I owe them. I could not pay them. For those who helped me, they died already. And for those who helped me, I do not know who to pay. Therefore, my mission, as I love my country, my people, I transfer energy. So for you, as you bring me the means to help me, for those who are serving the aircraft, flying the aircraft, to help me the means to travel. So each day, for every 2 weeks, I transfer energy. That is a way for me to pay my debts. But that's not all yet. I pay my debt to the humans, the living creatures, not just the human. Let's say the chicken, you owe the chicken. I can see in this life how many chicken you have killed. You can count how many of them. And all of those who bring all the means, food, shelters for you, so you can count how much you owe. And tomorrow you go out and eat a bowl of soup, you owe them already. Even though you pay. Because without many people who work, then you don't have a bowl of soup to eat. And you go out and eat a pizza, and then you go out to eat the egg roll, you owe them. So each day you keep constantly owing people. So now how much can you pay the debt? That is the reason I want to share with you. In the case of karma and the debt, we need to erase. I advise for you. With the free time that you have, you receive energy from the stars, and you send, so you don't have to worry about debt. And you are able to erase all of the debt, because you are able to erase them, because you don't have time to think. When you have the free time, you send energy. When you do the work, you can sending energy, and you feel healthy, and others they feel healthy. That is a way that you are able to pay the debt. If you can do it, then go out and you do it. That is my opinion to help you. Next question. There's
the student from Russia. I would like to say that very many Russian people wanted to be able to participate at this level, to come here. Unfortunately, only very few of us managed to come. And even our translator was unable to come. Thanks to Dr. Dick, and we want to thank very much Dr. Dick, who organized us a chance to have translation. Our translator is in Russian. And we are hearing him being here in Holland with everyone in the hall. Thank you very much to so we want to thank very much Dr. Dick for that. Possibly that is the reason why now I want to ask you two questions, dear Master. Possibly that for maybe the initial telephone difficulties, we didn't hear the beginning of the seminar very well. I would like to ask you, dear master, could you please repeat how can we combine small souls, the souls of ourselves, with our big soul? How can we combine, how can we connect them? That's my first question. And the second question, being in Thailand at level 11, 12, 13 in December, I've heard you, Master, say that to reach the level of Christ or Buddha, we would have to go through 18 gates. Would that be like a hint to assume that in the School of Universal Energy we would have 18 levels? Once again, thank you very much, dear master. That's it.
So now let me try. I will summarize for you the technique, because this is a new technique for many of you who are in this level 13 plus. Therefore, through the request from these students, I would explain further for you about the details. So you don't have to read the manual, so you have a chance. You learn, you can remember. I will try to explain for you. And in the case that you mentioned about the 18, it is not like 18 gates or 18 country. We have many means for us to practice so that we will have the wisdom. And in addition to that, with the powerful energy, with this powerful energy, that can help us so that we have a chance to help other people. If you wish to help other people, and if you have sickness, you don't have sufficient health, then how can you have a chance to help others? You cannot help yourself. So that is the reason that through your learning, through your practice, you are able to reach the goal. And the purpose of reaching the goal is to help other people to be just like us. Do not imagine that there are 18 gates or 18 forms or this or that. These are all the means on this earth. As I learned a lesson from the deities, as I give you the opportunity that I had never imagined. Once I give you an opportunity, then I would know the meaning of this opportunity, so that it can help you to learn to reach wisdom and enlightenment. With a very simple means, we are able to achieve the goal. From the fake means, we are able to find the truth. You can see there are so many different teachings around the world. Only in the case of buying the books, the books alone cost 5 or 7 times more than the class fees. I do not have to sell many books. I give you a very simple means so that you can practice. So how can you reach wisdom? In the technique of yoga meditation, the yogi masters that I have mentioned to you, they spend 60, 50 years in their life, but they are not able to reach the meditation. Each day they spend how many hours, and each day they spend many times to practice, to hope that they are able to reach the meditation. But how many of them can? Many, very rare. There are, but very rare. How come we are not these yogi masters, but we are able to achieve this goal? I had mentioned to you in the past already, your spirit in many lifetimes, you had gone through the training already, so now God has sent you down here. I keep on reminding you so you know. That is how I want to remind you on that point. So now we don't lose time to repeat on this. With everything I have taught you, I do not learn from the books in the world. With everything that we organize a class, I learn from the deities. After I learn, I research and I apply. Then with the result, then I would open the class to teach you. Through the question yesterday as well as today, in summary, they are in the same question that you had asked in the past. I just want to clarify for you so you can understand. So now you listen carefully about the technique to do the individual and collective healing. Before you, each day you remember the basics for you. when you sleep, when you wake up, when you are still lying down on your bed, just lying on your bed, you pray to God. You pray to the deities that you believe in your religion. If you don't have any, then you can go or pray to my spirit. I do not force you to pray to my spirit. You don't have to do this. You pray to the high being that you believe in your religion. After you pray, you receive the energy from the light of the stars, and then you do the breathing. Inhale to the nose, 1, and then blow out the mouth 3 times. Inhale to the nose, exhale 3 times. Inhale to the nose and exhale 4 times. That's done. That is a practice for you. And now you do the healing for yourself. You control the soul of the cells of the cell inside the nervous system to merge with your main spirit, so that they can return to God. You communicate like that, and then you receive energy from the light of the stars into your chakra 7, and you send energy to your chakra 7, and that's it. That is the healing for yourself. If you don't have any additional local area, if you have, then you can only choose 3 local areas, the most severe one. And for the local area, let's say for example, with breast cancer, then you control the soul of the cells, so that in that region to merge with your main spirit, so that they can all return to God. Receive the energy from the light of the star and send it to the local area, and that's done. And then the second local area similarly, and the third local area similarly, and that's done. That is to heal for yourself. To heal another person, an individual one, you do the same. You control the soul of the cell of the patient, so that the soul of the cell inside the patient, so they can merge with the main spirit of the patient, Mr. A for example, so that they all can return to God. And then you receive the light of the energy of the star, and you send directly to the chakra 7 of that person, and that's done. But if that person has 3 local areas, then you treat the local area just like you do it for yourself. You control the soul of the area on the first local areas, so that the soul of the cells in the local areas to merge with the main spirit of the patient, so they can all return to God, receive energy from the light of the star, and send it to the first local area, the second local area, the third local area, in the same way, just like the first one. So that is how you can treat an individual person. And if there are people who have many local areas, then you put that name into the collective list. In the collective list, in this level 13 plus, the minimum number is 2, and there's no limit. In the list of all the photographs or names in front of you, you don't need to read all the names. You don't need to read all the ages. The names of the list you can put right here, right in front of you, right here. Listen carefully. And afterwards, you pray. Do you control the soul of the cells of the people who are sick? All of this soul, so they can all return back to God. And then you receive energy from the light of the stars, and you send to the collective list, and that's done. That is the way that you do the individual healing for yourself and for another person, and the collective healing from 2% to the upper limit. There's no upper limit. That is how I want to share with you about the formula, so that you can do the healing. I also want to share with you further, first of all, your children. If they do not listen to you, they don't do well at home. So besides the fact that you give them the healing, collective healing, at night before you go to sleep, you receive energy from the light of the stars. You just receive energy from the light of the stars, and you send directly to the chakra 6 of the child. That is only a transfer energy. It's not like a healing. To help the child to do well, to listen to you, to do well in school. So that is for your children. However, there are some cases like yesterday, as you mentioned, for those who are sick, they have some problems, but you love them, you may. If you really love them, if you wish to help them to be back to normal, Besides the fact that you do the collective healing to help them or individual healing for them, at night before you go to sleep, you remember. Each of your children or one of the strangers, you do the same like you do it for the children. You can do that. There's no problem. So these are the main points about the healing technique, about the transfer energy, to help your children, to help those you love that you wish to help. Then you can apply and you would be able to achieve it successfully. So you don't have to worry about that technique. Yesterday I had explained for you. Today I reminded you again. So you remember that technique so you can apply. Now go on to the next question.
Regarding the question about the lady about her own child and the experiences of that child. Now I have a question related to this. My husband and we have a son. He's 11 years old, and his chakras are opened. He is very sensitive. It is a child with a very great potential for emotional, and also it is a very intelligent child. He also is very much related to me, his mother, with everything I do, and I have no reason at all to have. There's no reason for me in not trusting you, and also for what is done to Caspar, to my son. But I must say that with his chakras 100% open, he even have followed level 5.1, that at school he is in a situation that he is not doing very well. He has a lot of fears, and also is speaking towards me about his fears, and that he is retracting himself because he is too sensitive at school. I don't want to speak against you, but I just want to ask your comment on this. So the essential part is this child, since his chakras were 100% open, is very intelligent, very sensitive, and his sensitivity is so great that at school he has problems with daily life, and he is becoming more and more isolated. So that was the question.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, bà này bên Hòa Lan xin trình bày một vấn đề như sau. Như cái người hồi nãy có hỏi về vấn đề đứa con của bà đó có những cái kinh nghiệm, thì trong cái trường hợp của bà này thì vợ chồng bà cũng có một đứa con trai bây giờ là 11 tuổi, nó đã được học và được mở luân xa 100%, và bây giờ nó học được tới lớp 5-1. Tuy nhiên trong khi nó học được ngành nhân điện thì cái bản tánh của nó thì nó có rất nhiều những cái sự xúc cảm, và nó cũng rất là thông minh, gần gũi với mẹ nó. Nhưng mà từ khi nó học được ngành nhân điện, nhất là từ lớp 5-1, thì nó có cái độ nhạy cảm rất là mạnh, rất là cao. Chính vì cái độ nhạy cảm như vậy, thành ra nó vô trong trường học chẳng hạn, nó học hành bị chi phối nhiều, không có học hành được tốt, và lúc nào cũng có những cái sự lo sợ. Thì xin thầy có thể nào giải nghĩa cho bà hiểu thêm là về cái vấn đề đứa con của bà, tại sao có những cái triệu chứng như vậy, và có cách nào có thể giúp được cho nó hay không? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy. Now, through the presentation of this student, I want to share with you, so you should not worry. First, you advise to your children to meditate, perhaps for 10-15 minutes, and in the case of healing, you advise for them do not give the healing, because I know the mentality of all of these young students. When they see people who are sick, they try to help them in what way or the other. If they are blocked, then they are discomfort. So, in the case of healing, you tell them, advise them, they should not heal anyone. If they want to do that, do not do it at home in school. Just try to go back home. If they have some people, the family members, then they can try to practice with the healing within the family. And also, you advise to your children. Let's say if they learn the level 5-1, they know how to use chakra 6. Each time when they do their homework, just focus only on in their homework. Do not be distracted. In doing that, then they will be better. So you have to explain this point to them so that they can do well in school. So that in the future, when they grow up, perhaps they can contribute to help others. You can encourage them in that point. The most important part is you as parents, you tell them so that they learn, so that for their health, so they have the immune system, to improve them with the intelligence, to do well in school, so that when they grow up, they go to college. After they graduate college, they can help all the people. You just explain to them, encourage them like that, then they will listen to you. And in addition to that, each night, just like the previous questions, each night, beside the fact that you advise your children, each night you try to transfer energy to them. You receive energy from the light of the stars, you transfer energy to them before you go to sleep. Then for sure, you can bring the peace of mind to them and less concern for you, less worry for you. Next question.
Hello, Master. Again, I do want to salute your splendid work. I have 3 questions. First, the first question is a technical question about the telepathy at this level. Is there any special instruction for telepathy, and is there any course of action which might help us to be more successful with the telepathy? Second question, all of us at times feel sad and feel low, and maybe these sorrows are important for us to gain spiritual evolution, maybe. But actually, I'm looking for some path, some way, which at the same time we are happy and we can progress in a spiritual way. And I do believe that being happy and progress in a spiritual way are not contradictory themes. What's your idea? And again, would you please elaborate more on the idea of duality? And is there any sharp border between correct and incorrect deeds? Thank you.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, người học viên này có những câu hỏi như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, bây giờ chúng con có khả năng nào ở cái trình độ lớp này để tập cái cách mà tiếp xúc với nhau bằng tư tưởng, là bằng telepathy?
It's a request from the student that since today morning he have a very big pain inside the body and he could not more stand it, and that's why he posed this request. He want to ask the master if it's possible, can master somehow help him because he cannot stand anymore the pain inside the body. Thank you very much.
For your information, it's a kidney stone.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, người học viên ở bên Ba Lan, thì trong mấy ngày hôm nay ông học ở đây, ông bị cái chứng bệnh là bị cái sạn trong thận.
Of the cells to be united with the main soul, or should we just think about the person and the rest will happen automatically? The second question, would you please elaborate how to use our email to receive your message? Where should we write your name? And do we need to send it to somewhere? And the third question, how many times a day can we send the energy to our antennas? And the last one, my friend is using cannabis and he asked me for help, and I don't know how to help him through these techniques. Would you please help me to know that? Thank you.
Can you explain the last question? I cannot hear you very well.
He's using cannabis, marijuana. So he asked for the technique to stop smoking hash.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi Thầy những câu như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, về vấn đề chúng con truyền điện, thì khi chúng con muốn truyền điện để trị bệnh cho một người chẳng hạn, thì chúng con có phải cầu nguyện cho những cái linh hồn tế bào hợp tác với linh hồn tránh của người đó để giúp cho người đó, các linh hồn tiến hóa, hay là chúng con chỉ cần nghĩ đến người đó để truyền điện, và rồi tất cả những cái vấn đề của linh hồn kết hợp sẽ tự động mà kết hợp. Anh xin thầy có thể dạy nghĩa cho ông này hiểu hơn cái công thức mà để truyền điện để giúp cho các tế bào tiến hóa. Vấn đề thứ hai, khi chúng con muốn gửi một cái email, gửi cái thông điệp hoặc nhận cái thông điệp của thầy, thì ông xin hỏi thầy là chúng con phải để viết cái tên của thầy bằng vào cái địa chỉ email viết như thế nào, và chúng con phải gửi về đâu, gửi cái email đi đâu, trên vấn đề mà dùng email để nhận thông điệp của thầy. Vấn đề thứ ba, khi chúng con tập với mô hình anten thì bây giờ chúng con phải tập bao nhiêu lần trong một ngày? Sau hết, trong vấn đề mà những người hút cần sa thì xin thầy có thể nào giúp cho ông ta có cái cách nào để giúp cho những người mà kiêng hoặc là bỏ hút cần sa hay không? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy. Now let me give you my opinion through these questions. You have to tell them, you have to communicate to the soul of the self. From the medical means, they use medication so that they can help the cell to regain order. They use medication and chemicals so that they can soothe the nervous system. So instead of using the medical means to use drugs, we don't use drugs. So we can talk to the soul of the cell, so they listen to you. You talk in your thought, but they listen to your thought. They know. So for that reason, as they listen to you, whether you tell the truth or not, do you really can help them or not? If you can, then they will listen. Once they listen to you, then you have everything. So now I just allow you to practice so you can communicate to them, to talk to the soul of the self. Just like yesterday, I explained for you, you have one of the wandering soul. One of the soul you are able to liberate, and many others they would follow. And they would come and ask your help. They request you to help them, so they return to the light. In the same case, like right now, as it is still so new, this new subject for you, I just learned it in the past 6 months until now. But once I can control the soul of the cells in the nervous system, I have seen the result. I teach you so that you are able to see the result, just like I can control the soul of the cells to communicate to them. Let's say this, your hand, you hurt yourself. The soul of the cells, they are about to die. So they cannot see. They are right here. You cannot see them. Many of the soul of cells right now with your injured hand, and the soul of the cells are about to die to change the cell, the new cells. You have the ability. You want to help them. You just control the soul of the cells in this area right here, so that they can merge with the main spirit, your own spirit, so they all will evolve, and you receive the energy from the light of the star. You send energy right here. And suddenly they regain order, then your hand is cured. In this physical body, all of the soul living in your body, in the cells in your body, if you are able to control so that they can listen to you, then you win yourself. If you can convince them, you win yourself. Then all of the souls of the living creatures, you will be able to control them. It's not so difficult. The purpose to control is to help them. It is not that you have any other schemes, then you would succeed. The purpose that you control, if you have a personal scheme, then for sure you would not succeed. I confirm that point for you. That is how I explain for you clearly. It doesn't mean that you just transfer energy. They don't listen to you. You have to talk to them by your thought. You don't have to say them all of your the soul of the self. You don't have to say it verbally. You just say it in your thought. That is enough. And they listen to you, and if they change the lesson that you help them, as you have the means that you can help them, they listen to you, they help you. If they die, the cell die. Then if they die, then it is unused. You are not able to use this body. So I just want to share with you some of the formula. I want to remind you so that it is easy for you, so you can do it with the right technique. You are able to help the people who are sick so they can recover faster, so they can maintain their health. That is on the first part I want to share with you. In the case of email, I myself, I present to you, I myself, I don't know anything about the email or the website. On my business card, I have all of the email address, but I don't know if I send email. I don't know how to receive emails. So if you send me email to me, then for sure, the people who work in the office, they will receive email. I tell you the truth, I cannot even type email. I do not learn about the email system, because the more I learn about this, then the people in my office, I do not like to learn. It is easy for me to learn. Anything I can learn easily. But if I learn, I know how to use it, then all these people, I will have problem to the people who work in my office. So through this question, I just want to share with you, in principle, with my email, the email address, just like in the document that you already see in the manuals, my email address, let's say, it is written already, the email address in the manuals. Let me explain for you. It is written already in the manuals. Let's say the email is MEL, and then it's not DANG. Supposedly it is MEL 2001. So instead of the email address, the email 2001, supposedly it is mail 2001. So instead of use the normal email address, then you replace, put my name in there. The last four, my name. That is my name, DANG. You put it in there, and then you just type in the email address at AOL.com or whatever it is, the email address that you send. That is in the computer system. However, I had promised you yesterday I will show you the technique. You can receive faster when the computer is completely unused. When you use my name, and I'll show you the technique how you can use a brain PhD command tomorrow. After this class, you can experiment. You can send email to me. In the past, you received an email to me. So now, instead of using that old email address, you can replace by the form letter of my name. On this, a number of you in Europe who were only the level 12, I explained for them. In the case of urgency, then you can apply and using my name into the email name, you can receive my email. But my students in Europe, due to the fact that they are curious, they want to experiment with the normal email address. Supposedly you write the correct email address, you can receive. I don't know what happened or how you send the email, and you don't see anything. But in the email system, you have to use the right email name and then the right password you can retrieve. But they use my name in there, and they turn on the machine for 10, 15 minutes, and suddenly they receive my email. That is totally not right in the email system, but how come they use my name and they can receive the email? So that is one of the lessons that you learn in the theory. After you learn the theory, Monday you go back, you will be able to put into practice, so that you can see the effect. During the time when the computer system had a problem, then at that time when there is a deadlock with the computer system, you would use the energy from the light of the sun. You use the brain of PhD command, so you can transfer to the computer, so you can receive my message. That is how I answer for you about the case of email. In the case of antenna, yesterday I answered to you already. When you have the free time, you can practice each day. You receive energy and then you send to the antenna, and each day 6 times. And in other times, you try to receive energy from the stars that you send elsewhere to help the people, to help the animals, to help all of the environment. That you try. That is what you need to try when you have the free time. In the case of marijuana, that is one of the form of the drugs supposedly to help people to quit smoking. So if they determine to quit, in the case of marijuana, there are some substance that cause people to be more dependent on that substance. So I don't know much about marijuana. So for now, you have to try this if you wish to help them, with the condition that if you know how it is good, if you don't know how to smoke, then you use that marijuana. You just see if you try. just like you are trying. Let's say, for example, this is marijuana. This is marijuana, not a cigarette. Marijuana. You just like you are pretending to if you can, you know how to smoke, then it's good. And you look at the burning end. You blow it, so it's burning. When you blow, you are receiving the energy from the stars, and you blow into the burning end. You're blowing into there, and then just like pretending that you are smoke. If you can, that's good. You say, "Oh, that's good," and you give it back to them, and they smoke. It's not. It doesn't taste good, and then it might cause them to feel nauseated, and they would stop. They would quit. Only in the case of marijuana. For normal cigarette, and you don't need to. I know. In the case of marijuana, they have some of the substance that cause you to be more dependent. In the case of people in America and Europe, in South America, or in Asia, they have marijuana. Just like they use it just like in the pipe. Or in Canada, I've seen a few people, they use the marijuana, and they grow marijuana to smoke. In the case if my point here is to help. You can help only for your friends if they due to the fact that they are dependent on that, and if they want to quit, then you can help them. And let's say the farmer, the grower of marijuana, you cannot help them to quit smoking because they grow marijuana. My point here is that is a way you have to try. Sometimes if you cannot smoke, you just with your mouth. You don't have to take in a puff. Just like you try, and then the point is you use the energy from the star and you send it to the burning end. That is in the case of marijuana. For the pipe, you don't have to do it. Except if that person who determined to quit, then you can help. Next question.
Good morning, Master.
You, to the request of this student, I remember. I might not remember the name, but I know his face. I know where this person he's from Malta. As I came to Malta to teach, so to this request from the student in Malta, I would agree. For those of you who are the student in auditors, so 5 minutes before the end of the class, you would meditate with me. Supposedly, in the higher levels, I would have some of the ending ceremony with singing. So with the time for this, the time for you to learn, that is better. So I would not sing for you, and you should not sing. So instead of singing, losing the time for singing, losing 45 or 30 minutes. So instead of losing that time, I want to use that time to teach you. So I want to teach you as much as I can, except in the case you have a ending speech, a very short ending speech. Because this precious time we want to try to use to learn so that we can apply. Next question.
Heaven on earth, or the new world, or Long Hoa. Please expand on this and the changes in July, June. Is Long Hoa coming to every person as their consciousness grows, or all of us at the same time? The other question was, you said that we should prepare to be the same as Master. Explain all that we need to do to achieve the consciousness of Master. And the third question was, how can we go beyond our limited perception and focus on the true mission of the soul, leaving behind the distractions of our world? Thank you.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi 3 câu như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, thầy có đề cập đến vấn đề là sống ở dưới địa cầu này giống như thiên đàng ở dưới địa cầu, cũng như là hội Long Hoa. Thì bây giờ vào khoảng tháng 6, tháng 7 như thầy có trình bày sẽ có nhiều những cái sự biến đổi trên trái đất này. Có phải chăng lúc đó là cái thời điểm của hội Long Hoa khi tất cả nhân loại đều đạt đến một cái trình độ ý thức cao hay không? Câu hỏi thứ hai, bây giờ thầy có khuyên chúng con cố gắng học hỏi và để tiến hóa, để đạt được những cái khả năng giống như thầy. Thì xin thầy có thể hướng dẫn chúng con biết làm cách nào để chúng con có thể nâng cao được cái trình độ ý thức mà để đạt được những cái khả năng, những cái sự sáng suốt như là thầy đã truyền dạy và để chúng con đã đạt được giống như thầy. Câu hỏi sau cùng là làm sao chúng con có thể vượt được qua những cái sự giới hạn của cái thể xác để rồi cái linh hồn có thể hoàn thành được cái sứ mạng của mình, không có bị những cái sự ràng buộc, những cái sự chi phối của thể xác ở đây. Dạ xin hết thưa thầy. In the teaching of LÜONG, I have taught for the past 15 years. My purpose is to remind you from the lower to the higher levels, each person, from a normal person, also up to from the lowest to the highest person in the human society. Each level, if you have a chance to come to learn, you listen to my lecture. Until now today, most of you have overcome all of the lower levels, so now you are in the higher levels in LÜONG, so that in the future you can contribute to help yourself, you can help other people. My purpose, I do not want to give you lengthy explanation. I want to do it in a very short and precise, so that you are able to achieve and practice successfully. In the case that we don't have any disturbance or distraction, then we always think positively, because we eliminate all of negative thoughts. How can we have the strength? How can we have wisdom? That yesterday I had mentioned to you in short and precise. Beside your work, beside your own responsibility toward your body, with the remaining time, the free time, always you receive the energy from the light of the stars, you send to the antenna, you send to help all of the living creatures, to country, this country, that country, to help the country where you reside. And in addition to that, you always remember those loved ones, your family members, your friends and colleagues. You can transfer energy individually or collectively to help them. So at any time, anywhere you happen to be, you can help the soul of all of the living creatures when you go on your road on the freeway. When you are on a journey to go to work, for example, there are so much time when you are driving. There are so many scenery on your way. All you do is to receive energy and send energy. There are so many energy that always constantly flowing through your body and helping your spirit. And that is one of the conditions I want to help you in the shortest way, so that you are able to reach wisdom and enlightenment. And in the case of the Long Hoa meeting, I had mentioned in the previous class, it is so difficult to reach the Hội Long Hoa. That means that all of the people will have total freedom, total happiness. And at that time, the people always have a smile, happiness. Whether it is in joy or in happiness or in suffering. If there is someone who still have suffering or frown, then there is no, the Long Hoa meeting is not there. The time of the Long Hoa meetings is long. If we stand still, so how can we reach that? So for that reason, it's not just me or you. In the near future, in a decade of the 21st century, there will be millions of people, billions of people, many people who will be nurtured by universal energy. Then on that part, the Long Hoa meeting, that is a terminology in Vietnam, the culture of Vietnam and other countries in the world. We are waiting for millions of years to waiting for that era, that time. You can see the Long Hoa meeting had come only in Atlantis, not to all the continents. And the Long Hoa meeting is not only for one continent or one group of people. The Long Hoa meeting is for the whole human race. Then it is the Long Hoa meeting. That is how I want to share with you about the Long Hoa era, and to explain for you how can you go beyond the duality in this world. That in the previous question that the student had mentioned, I just want to remind you and show you, so that we have the chance to serve humanity. The humanity here, there's no strangers. We are all from one form. That means from the universal energy that form the living creatures, the humans, and the nearest, that would be your family members, your loved one. That you have a chance to contribute to help them. That is how I want to remind you. And the purpose of the teaching of UE, as I had mentioned to you, that is my mission, is to remind all of us souls who have the responsibility to help mankind, so that we can help all to progress, just like you, me, just like all of us today. So now I explain for you, with everything I learned, I share with you. And the remaining one, how much I share with you. And the remaining one, it is up to you. How fast or how slow you learn to be as equal to me or not. There are many students who learn faster than me, and there are many students who learn slower than me, and there's many students who are equal to me. I hope that you are better than me. The better you are, this best. It doesn't mean that I teach you, then when you are better than me, I see that you are better than me, then I stop you. No, I don't do that. If I teach you, you are better than me, then you have many or more opportunities to help people. If you want to be just like me, I'm just like a human form, just like you. I always remind you, through this question, I remind you, beside your job, beside your responsibility toward your body, you transfer energy as you receive the energy from the light of the star. In this level 13 plus, you are able to change the environment. You can see the change in your body. You have wisdom. You can change the spirit to have wisdom, to have enlightenment. So with wisdom and enlightenment together, the higher you reach, then you are able to contribute to humanity more. In the same way for me, for the past 30 years of my learning, after 30 years I've received the message from the deities until now today, I continue to receive the messages to teach. I learned until my last breath, until when I complete this life. I don't have the body on this world, then I complete my mission at this time. Then I would complete my lesson, and then next time, that will be the decision of God, not mine. I only know how to receive and study and remind you, receive, learn, and I remind you, so that you can reach wisdom and enlightenment, just like I have that wisdom and enlightenment, so that you, me, all of us, together we can help the humankind, so that the humankind will have wisdom and enlightenment, just like all of us. Now, if you want to go beyond the physical limitation, with everything that you have, the less desire, then it is better. In my case, I want to share with you. When I'm in a foreign land, when I leave my country to go to a foreign land, I want everything. I want this suit from Vietnam to go abroad. I have one piece of one suit, and I want to have 5 suits. I want always wearing suits. That is my one thing, my desire, even from the time when I was in Vietnam. So when I come here to America in the previous year, when I traveled to Europe to teach, I only have 5 suits. And each country I come to teach, I can wear only just 5 suits. In 5 years teaching, I just keep on wearing 5 suits. The student who say that I'm poor, I want to teach, I can sing all the time, wear level 4, level 3, level 4, level 5, they only see me wearing the same suits. Only this 5 suits I keep on wearing all the time, so they send me the suits. Many of them who are tailors, they have sent me the suits. And with all the suits they send to me the new one, I keep on choosing the old one. Many of them from Italy, they have the shop, they send to me. First they send to me the bigger size, larger size, and then they change it to smaller size for me. They send to me 3 or 4, but I can wear only one, some because of the wrong size. It doesn't mean that I don't have the good suits. So because of the desire, and then suddenly I have too much, then I don't have a desire anymore. The same case for you. If you have desire, then to have more than enough, then you don't have to want anymore, so you can give it to others. And that is how I like. I have a lot of clothing, I give it to others. I have to go and ask them so I can give to them. I have a lot and I ask to give to them. So in summary, with everything that you have, you use, then you have everything. With everything that you have, if you want to have more than what you have, then for sure you are not able to go beyond your physical limitation. It causes you to have stress and eventually sickness. I do not say that you have your asset and you give it all to people. No, but with your desire, your wanting. Let's say you have you have desire 3, and you have 1 or 2. You should be happy. I share with you the common mentality in the human world. You want 3, and you have 3, then you suddenly you ask for 6. If you have 6 and you are not satisfied, you ask for 9. Therefore, you keep on wanting and wanting. You cannot go beyond the limitation of your body. These are the secondary brain, the mammal and the reptiles that influence and draw down the primary brain. That's why you don't have wisdom and enlightenment. If you know this point, because they also activate your wanting, your desire, then you are not able to reach wisdom. So now, let's say you have only 3 suits, then you should not go and buy some more. And wait until 18 more years and you buy the suit. You don't want to do that. You have a lot of money. You go shopping and shopping. You have so many clothes. And then when you see the sales, you go and buy so many clothing. And then at the end you don't wear any and you give it away, and then you go and sell some more. So I can see, I know that one house. They go and buy 6 clothing for sale, and then they have to ask other. They have to and they don't never wear them. They just buy because they see the sales, the cheap price. They buy, and then they give it all away. Because they see it is so cheap, they buy. They just buy because seeing it's so cheap sales price, and they just put it in their closet, and eventually the closet is full. They have to give it to others. So in that you are not able to progress because of the secondary part of the brain. So whether it is sales, and that this has had no effect to you. So instead of you go around and then you spend a lot of money. So in 2 hours going shopping, you just go shopping, and you see this. And you see that person who is poor, you give them energy here. See that person who is having problem, you just go shopping in 2 hours and you help 3,000 person by sending energy, and you don't lose any dollar. Perhaps more, you just buy a glass of water to drink. But in that way, you don't have to lose money going shopping, and you still have the wisdom, and always have wisdom and wisdom, instead of you go shopping and you buy clothing. So I should share with you like that, but you don't want to do that. You used to go to shopping, you say, stop by the shop because this one here has 75% sales. And they say that they go and buy it and give it to the master. I say, I don't need it. They say that they love me, they want to buy me. But they buy for me 1, but they buy it for themselves 6 things. And then 3 hours later, and they say that they only choose 1 thing for me. Because for the one for me, but the one for them, they spend 3 hours to buy for themselves. That is the reality. Because I have to, I don't have the car, I have to go on the ride with them. So whatever they ride, and I have to sit in their car, they take me to the shopping mall. So I just ride with them. So that's why I wait. Especially when I go to other country, I have just to sit in there, whatever they take me, because my student who drive me. So I have to be with them. So I just share with you, so that you are able to go beyond the physical limitation. You have your desire, you have your wanting, you want to look good, but then your wanting has to be reasonable. If it is unreasonable, then that desire would be damaging to you, to your nervous system, to your brain. That is the secondary brain that influence your main brain. So that is a summary on that part for you. Next question.
I can ask my question, and I'm still very happy with what you are teaching us. So, after level 13, I started with the exercise for slowing down my heartbeat, because I thought it would be good for my body. My heartbeat has been decreased from 64 to 48 beats per minute. When I spoke about this with a friend who is a doctor, he said, this is not good for my body, because all bodies in my body now, 16 times per minute receive less energy, 16 times per minute. Can you please explain me what is exact the value of the slowing down of your heartbeat, and if it is wise to continue this practice for me? Second question. In your last New Year's message, you indicated that in 2004 there would happen many catastrophes, natural catastrophes, and that we must try to avoid long-distance journeys, that we better not invest, and so on and so on. Aren't you afraid that because of these messages, those messages, we create an atmosphere of fear, and those fears then can, because of their negative intentions, be the cause of those happenings? With other words, wouldn't it be better to give more attention to the positive capacities that we receive through you? My third question: is it necessary to place the stickers with the logo in my own house, or is it only important to do it with others of lower level, so that we can help the food and water supply of those persons at distance? And what exactly is the function of the sticker with the logo? Thank you, Master. So the sun sticker with the logo.
Dạ, kính thưa Thầy, ông này xin hỏi những câu như sau. Khi ông ta học xong lớp 13 thì ông có tập để cho cái nhịp tim đập chậm xuống. Thì khi ông tập, trong trường hợp của ông thì nhịp tim đập từ 64 nhịp xuống tới 48 nhịp một phút. Thì ông có trình bày vấn đề này với người bạn là một bác sĩ. Thì người bạn ông nói là vấn đề tập nhịp tim như vậy không có tốt cho cái cơ thể. Vì khi mà cái nhịp tim đập chậm xuống thì nó sẽ không có cung cấp đầy đủ những cái năng lực để giúp cho cái thể xác. Thì bây giờ ông xin hỏi Thầy, với cái ý kiến của người bạn là bác sĩ như vậy thì chúng con có nên vẫn tiếp tục tập với nhịp tim hay không? Vấn đề thứ hai, trong cái thông điệp đầu năm của Thầy có trình bày vào năm 2004 này sẽ có rất nhiều những cái vấn đề khó khăn xảy ra trên địa cầu. Thì đặc biệt chúng con phải tránh đừng có đi du lịch đi xa chẳng hạn, hoặc là đừng có mở mang vấn đề kinh tế. Thì những cái điều này theo như cái quan điểm của ông thì có tạo cho con người một cái sự lo âu, một cái sự sợ hãi. Chính vì những cái tư tưởng tiêu cực như vậy, có phải chăng vì những cái tư tưởng tiêu cực đó mà khiến cho những cái sự việc có thể sẽ xảy ra? Thì nếu mà hiểu như vậy thì tại sao chúng con không có tập trung tư tưởng, thay vì nghĩ về vấn đề lo sợ mà nghĩ về những cái vấn đề tích cực hơn, có nghĩa là về những cái khả năng đặc biệt mà Thầy đã ban cho chúng con, những khả năng mà chúng con có thể giúp được cho môi trường xung quanh. Experience. First of all, in the case of the heartbeat, from the medical perspective, with your heartbeat, when it is in a normal rate, so that it can have enough blood flow circulation inside your body. That is a normal function based on the medical explanation. However, with your heartbeat, if it is from 46 to 64 to 46 beat per minute, do you feel still healthy? Do you feel any discomfort? If you don't, then for sure it would not have any influence on your health. So you can see some of the athletes around the world, their heartbeat, from as I researched through the books, the athlete, their heartbeat is very slow, and these are the athletes. They are participating for sport with medals, for example, famous, whether it is because of the steroid or is it because through their training, or there's some motive that can help them so that their heartbeat is always a very low rate and they are healthy. There are many books from the medical means who explain if the heartbeat is slowing down and it has no influence on your health, then you are able to prolong your lifespan. Not only for each person in a lifetime, there's how many they determine the number of heartbeat, calculating from how many beats per minute, and then calculating how many in 1 hour, how many in 1 day, and then they total in your whole lifespan, and then how many heartbeat. And if there is reached a certain total amount, at that moment, then you would die. That is based on the books that they research for the human, based on the human research. So you can see, according to the books, they mention for the science, like in the case of the scientist research, the most important part is for your heartbeat is slowing down. The important part is when it's slowing down, do you feel still normal, healthy? If the heartbeat is called irregular heartbeat and then it causes you to have a problem with your health, then you need the medical examination. If you don't have any heart problem, and in yourself you still have you are still healthy, then you need to go to have medical examination. That is to the question from this students. You have the advice from your friend who is doctors, through the research from many of the doctors. As I listen to them, I research to the books I want to share with you. In the case of the heartbeat, whether it is slowing down or beating irregular, because with our practice, we use universal energy that we receive. We know how to use universal energy. We can protect our own health. We can protect the health of other people, and we are able to prevent from illness for ourselves. All these factors, without proper training, without the ability that we can use universal energy, that a normal person may not be able to slow down the heartbeat and be healthy. I know only in the case of the athlete. How come the heartbeat is very slow? How come the normal person, when the heartbeat is slowing down and they have sickness or complication with the health? So with these factors you combine together so you can research. So in summary, in the case of human health, if I'm sick, then I have to treat myself by using universal energy. Except when universal energy cannot help in the case of the infection. Let's say, for example, the gums or the teeth is injured or infected, but then with the infection, then they need antibiotic. Then I have to use antibiotic. Let's say in the case of the tooth, when the dentist work on the tooth extraction, or only in the case of pain, I can transfer energy to help reducing the pain. But in the case of the infection, that cause the infection of the teeth, and then after working, you need to use antibiotic to help the gums to heal. So instead of taking the drugs for 7 days, I only take the pills for only 2 or 3 days, with addition to the energy that I treat, so it can heal faster. That is how I want to analyze for you. However, if for all of you, all these students, if you have concern about your heart, then you need to have a medical examination to determine about the heartbeat, and then you whether you listen or you don't listen to the doctors, it is up to you. That is how I analyze for you in the case of practicing with the heartbeat. In the recent months, before the beginning of the year 2004, I had mentioned to you, with all of the concerns of the scientists around the world, they are at a deadlock. They cannot meet the demands to stop all of the strange objects from outer space that would cause damage to the Earth. After I sent the message to all over the world, you listen carefully. After I sent the message, when I sent the message to all over the world, there are many reports from the scientists who had broadcast to the news media to remind, give warning to the human race. I want you to do the normal business. You don't have to expand or invest more money wherever you reside. I do not want you to waste all of the money with the long distance travel. Sometimes on the travel they have problem with the aircraft or the virus recently, if you don't listen to me, you go to Thailand, you go to Vietnam, you go to Asia, then you would have the bird flu. It might not affect you, but would cause you to have a lot of concern if you go to Vietnam or Thailand. So in summary, with everything that I received a message from the deities, I advise for you, or with the message I sent out, and everywhere they have sent similar warnings. So I want you to continue on with your business, but do not expand too much with your business. The most common thing, we are not the economists, but then in the economy is declining everywhere. If you try to expand, you may be successful. But the percentage that you profit may be only 5%, but the loss is 95%. If you try to expand your business, you can still produce, but then who do you sell to? So with everything you have, then you can sell. And for you, if you produce a lot more, let's say you make 1 million television, but then in the market they only can buy 10,000, then with the rest, where do you sell it to? And in the case of stock market, when you buy the economy at the moment you buy the stock market, when you buy high and then suddenly it all decline low, then you would go bankrupt. So that is my opinion I share with you in a large LUE family. I do not want you to suffer the loss. That's all I can remind you. But then the decision is up to you, not mine. Listen carefully. With everything that happened, with everything that will happen, the scientists are concerned. The scientists are concerned, I concerned. I take care of you, I take care of your family. Even though I have the ability, each day I receive the energy, I send energy to all the large LUE family all over the world. But I cannot be at peace because I have more students. The family of the students are growing. So within my capacity, I can contribute. I cannot do beyond my capacity. That is the reason I want to share with you, remind you, so that we wait for the time. You'd rather suffer 1 year and then you work for 30 years in your business. Let's say you put all of your money to invest and then you go bankrupt and you cannot even do anything in 30 years. That is in the case of business. In the case of the catastrophe, we have seen it already and it continues to happen. The scientists, they are not able to find a solution. I also want to remind you so that you have the opportunity, and the opportunity I remind you. With this opportunity today, I teach you in this level. Next month I teach you in the class. I do not have the program yet. After I send the message, then I would decide as I receive the message and I organize the class so that I can meet the demands for you, for all of us. We have the opportunity to help our family, our country, to help the region where you reside. We did not plan these two classes. We only planned the level 7 and 7 special in June. The level 11, 12 in December for Europe and Eastern Europe, and in South America. In June, I will teach a level 7 and 7 special, and in October, I will teach a level 11, 12, and 13 because there are many changes in South America. Because in South America, there are so many insecurity. We family, you can use this Sun logo stickers, especially in this class. On the first day, I had announced and I guide you that in Europe, you can send energy to Asia. You can. You can do that without any limitation of distance. But I ask you to put a sticker on a refrigerator or the water container. So from here you send the energy. With the food that they store, you transfer energy, and that energy can help the food. So you are able to help with the case of food and water, so they can be safe for these people to eat and drink. This is for the large LUE family. Yesterday I had mentioned to you, if you love all of your friends who are not in the LUE family, you can still help them. Let's say you have a large water container, you store a lot of water, then you can share to all of these people so they can drink. In the case of water contamination all over, you transfer energy to the water and you can give it to them so they can drink. Similarly for the food, if you have money, you have a lot of food storage, you place a sticker there, you transfer energy, and then from your food storage you can give the food to the strangers. If you love them, you give the food to them. I explained for you clearly on that point so that you are able to protect yourself. On the first day, yesterday, I mentioned to you, first about health, second about water, and third about electricity. These are the three factors that you have. You are able to help yourself and others. The food is not as important comparing to health, water, and electricity. Next question.
Everybody here listening to the Master and also want to listen to the Master because he gives us a lot of wise advices and effective advices, and we have seen and experienced this ourselves in the last years, also in helping other people. Now, when we send energy, this is in fact the purpose with which, the means with which we help others and ourselves. Now, with the level 13, we started to receive the energy of the sun. That was 2 seconds, and we sent it away for 5 seconds. And we were doing this we were watching the time, so we were thinking of the time. We must receive it in time and send it away in the correct time. Now, for the energy of the stars, we have to receive that. The distance maybe is important in the time that we use for receiving and sending.
Dạ, kính thưa thầy, ông này xin hỏi thầy một vấn đề về truyền điện. Thì ông cũng hiểu khi chúng con truyền điện thì chúng con có cái khả năng và cái mục đích để giúp, và nhờ mục đích và khả năng này chúng con giúp được cho mọi người và giúp được cho mình. Thì khi ông học ở lớp 13, thầy có hướng dẫn chúng con trong vấn đề truyền điện thì chúng con phải nhận điện năng từ ánh sáng mặt trời, nhận 2 giây và truyền ra là 5 giây. Bây giờ thầy hướng dẫn chúng con ở lớp này thì theo như ông trình bày thì chúng con phải nhận 5 giây và truyền điện ra là trong vòng 10 giây. Thì ông ngày hồi trước thì ông phải tập là ông có cái đo, chắc có lẽ ông nói cái đồ đo đúng giờ, đúng 2 giây ông nhận và rồi 5 giây ông truyền điện. Thì bây giờ chúng con phải đo đúng 5 giây để nhận rồi 10 giây để truyền điện như vậy. Cái vấn đề ông xin hỏi ra là ông phải đo cho đúng cái giờ giấc như vậy, hay là ông chỉ cần cảm nhận thấy là cái điện của ông nhận là đủ rồi là ông truyền. Thì ông xin hỏi thầy xin thầy có thể nào giải thích cho ông rõ ràng hơn trong cái vấn đề cái kỹ thuật để đo lường cái điện năng, hoặc chăng là cái sự đo lường đó nó có dựa trên cái khoảng cách để truyền điện hay không? Dạ, xin hết thưa thầy. Now, let me share with you. You have the document in front of you. That is for all of you who are now in the level 13 plus. That are not in here in this class. The document is for the level 13 plus who do not have the ability to use the brain of prehistoric man today in this class. And starting from yesterday, I had mentioned to you, all of you who are here presently in this class connecting by video phone, and a number of you who had already completed the level 13 plus who are auditing now. For those of you who are here, I transfer energy so that you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man. Therefore, there is a little change in the technique for the new student in this session, especially for this student here and the auditors from the previous class. First, you control the soul of the cells of the patient, and then after you control the soul of the cells, then you receive energy from the light of the stars. You receive and send not more than 5 seconds. That in the past you need 15 seconds. The reason that you need 15 seconds was for you to practice The reason that the 15 seconds is a number of you were so slow. You said that you can set and control the soul of the cells of the nervous system of the patient to merge with the main spirit of the. By the time you say that phrase, it's 10 seconds already. So, I want you. First, I tell you to communicate with the soul first, and then you don't need to calculate the time. After you control, and then you just receive the energy from the star and send, and it's just 5 seconds now. 5 seconds now is so long. In the future, you only need 2 seconds. But I always remind you so that you can practice. So you should not be concentrate on the number of the seconds, except a number of you who are so slow, or a number of you who just are so fast. And you cannot do it too fast or too slow. A number of you who do it too slow. I just receive the energy of the stars, and now I receive the energy from the star. By the time you say that, it is done. It is so slow. You are so slow. So you need to use in your thought universal energy, going by the speed of light. If you do it like that, it's not appropriate. So, in the case, we need to do how you can sense the moment you receive and you send. That is important. You do not pay attention to the time, long or short. So that in the future, we are able to establish telepathy. You need to receive the message so that we can do it immediately. If you are so slow, then if only in 5 seconds, then your region may be destroyed. That is in the case of catastrophe. Only 5 seconds. Then there are so many millions of people may perish, not to mention 30 or 40 seconds. That is the reason I mentioned to you to practice, to receive energy from the light of the star and send the energy. And a step at a time, in the next class in the future, you would do it faster. Just like I'm doing it right now. The moment my thought is done, if my thought is done, not 5 seconds. I want you to think in your thought is done. Just like for example, when you're sleeping, in Europe, you are sleeping. You wish to go to Vietnam. With the aircraft, at least it might take you 6 or 8 hours. Or the fastest aircraft might take you, let's say on Concorde, the fastest aircraft, maybe 6 hours to reach there. But that is in the human world. Because of the distance and the speed of traveling. Now you are in Holland, you're sleeping. And in your dream, you are seeing that you are walking with me in Vietnam. In your dream, your spirit seeing that you are walking with me in Vietnam. And you feel happy, and then the master show you to the country, the people in Vietnam, this village, this house right here, the house of the master. And then suddenly somebody touch you, you wake up, you are back to Holland. It's only in a split of a second. We need to use that energy just like that, then we will be able to help mankind. If you receive energy just like the slowest person, I know some of them people in my family who are so slow. So that's why I explained for you. In the case, we should not do it too fast or not too slow. Only when we have the sufficient capacity, then we would be able to do it fast. If we don't have the capacity, then we have to do it within the limitation. That's how I share with you, so you are able to understand. In the case of distance, time, you should not, let's say some of the people, they use the clock and 2 seconds and they stop, and then in the 3 seconds they stop, they depend on the clock. Then in that way you are dependent on the clock. You should not be dependent on the clock. But you need your thought, because the thought wave can go as a speed of light. So that is a lesson that you need to learn. That is on the first part I want to share with you. So for that reason, I want to elaborate further. In the case that you transfer energy, you should not base on time, space. You just base on the speed of the energy. So I want to summarize for you. You control the soul of the cells so that they can merge with the main spirit to evolve. And once you communicate to the soul, now they listen to you. Now they listen. Once they listen, you send the energy to them, and that's done. Next question.
one day, in a judgment day, we would be judged and we would be sent to heaven or to, what is the opposite of the heaven? And the hell, yes. This is how we have been taught. And this would be happening after we are passing this, this world. We mean after the death. My question is, now, do we see our results of what we do at the end of each period of living in this world, or no? Everything is being collected and in one day, which is called Judgment Day, and then we would be receiving and we will be judged. Or no, we would be coming back each time to this body and we would be punished and we would be seeing what we have done, which many people would call it as karma. Is this the way we will be judged? Is this judgment true? Or is this opposite of what God really judges and really does? This is really God's way of doing things. My second question. My kids are not in the school of universal energy, and they keep asking me this question, and they are really opposing me with this way of thinking. Would you please help me and respond to me and answer my question the way that I would understand, my dear master, so that I can convince my kids with these judgment things? And dear master, would you please send my respect to Dr. Teresa with love? Thank you.
Viên ở bên Hòa Lan. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, thì người học viên này trình bày theo dựa trong kinh sách của đạo giáo, thì người ta có trình bày những việc làm mà chúng ta làm ở kiếp này, ngày hôm nay, thì đến cái khi mà chết thì vào cái ngày phán xét thì sẽ được phán xét hoặc là lên thiên đàng hoặc xuống hỏa ngục. Thì bây giờ chúng con có thể nào sau một cái kiếp sống, khi cái thể xác, khi cái linh hồn lìa cái thể xác này, thì chúng con có thể biết được tất cả những cái hậu quả, những việc làm của mình trong cái kiếp đó, hay là những cái sự làm việc tốt xấu này đều được gom lại để rồi đến một cái ngày gọi là ngày phán xét, thì Đấng Thượng Đế sẽ cứu xét qua tất cả hành vi và rồi quyết định là điều đó tốt hoặc là xấu và cho chúng con lên thiên đàng hoặc xuống hỏa ngục. Hoặc là có thể nào chúng con qua những cái kiếp sống, những cái tiền kiếp chẳng hạn, làm những việc xấu hoặc là việc tốt, đến kiếp này chúng con ở đây thì phải chịu những cái hậu quả đó, mà theo như một số những cái truyền thuyết thì dựa trên cái thuyết của nghiệp lực, có phải chăng đó cũng là một hình thức và chúng con phải bị phán xét qua những cái hành vi, những cái việc làm của mình ở những cái tiền kiếp, để rồi kiếp này mình phải gặp những cái chuyện tốt hoặc chuyện xấu chẳng hạn. Người học viên này xin hỏi thầy, có phải đó là một hình thức mà Đấng Thượng Đế xếp đặt trên cái quy trình tiến hóa của loài người hay không? Cái điều này vì trong gia đình của bà có những đứa con của bà, thì con của bà này không phải học ngành nhân. Yesterday, just like today, I mentioned to you about karma. All the means God help us to learn. Once you learn this means, and we use all the means. Therefore, you do not know what you have done in the previous lives. Let's say I give you one example, so you can share it to your children. Let's say if this, let's say in the previous life you are a king, now you are a beggar, that you feel suffered. If you know that the previous life you were a robber, then now all of those people who hurt you or harm you, you become a robber. So from that, God blocked the previous life. You don't know whether your spirit is high, you come down here on earth, you forgot for the previous one. That would include all of you, me, all of our spirits. So we forgot all of the past. Then God would teach us, then we receive the message, and I remind you, and then you remember. in your life and your journey from the spirit going through many lifetimes. This is not the first time you are a human. Yesterday I had mentioned to you already, my spirit and your spirit, all of our spirit, we had been with God already. Now God has sent us down here so we can serve humanity. In the past, God would not reveal to us. The past, what with the previous life, God would not reveal to us. If God revealed to you that you were the high being in the past, now you suffer because now you are the normal person in the human world. But let's say a farmer, you have, even though now you are a farmer, you have the ability, whether it is better than being a king, but God would not reveal to me. You, me, that is our status. The king, can he heal people? The king, can he use universal energy? The king, can he help the wandering soul to return to the light? No. You, me, all of us, we are normal people. How come we can do it? We do it, we don't have to spend a lot of time to learn. How come we can do it? That is because we have it already in our spirit. Just like I had mentioned to you, the means that we can do good deeds and stay away from evil so that we can progress. You, me, all of us today, with all of the bad lessons you learned, you gone through in the previous lives. So now at the present time, with everything that you see, the bad things, all the things that you see, the good things, all of the good things can help you. How many percent? In the progress. All of the bad things, negative things, how many percentage that can help you to progress? From my perspective, my thinking, from my understanding, all the bad things happen to me, it helped me to progress faster. All the good things, they are all fake. Because all of these good things, they come to you, but it's all fake. But that we have to use this fake means so that we can progress. All of the bad things that happen, these are the real ones. But nobody would lecture like me. The bad things, these are the real things to really help us to progress faster. The good things, these are the fake ones that can slow down your progress. I'm the master. I know. I just share that with you. So now, let me tell you, I don't want to say that, I just want to share about Buddhism, that in Asia, Prince Siddhartha, the Buddha, with the throne, he's about to be a king, and his father, who is a king, Prince Siddhartha, he has so many servants. So at that time he was a Prince Siddhartha. Then you know how many servants he has. Concubine, he would have so many of them, thousands of them, because of the tradition, because of the king, the traditions. That is how it is in the culture. So he has to follow the order of the king with so many concubines. So with everything the Buddha had done, right or wrong, who would dare write it? They always say the good things, never say the bad things. Now he'll go on the spiritual path. You are the person. Let's say you are a normal person. You take when your children go to school, you yourself you take your child to school. Let's say the school is always nearby. Even when you are poor, when you are rich, you drive your son to school, or you let them walk. So not to mention about Buddha. Buddha, you can see, he loved the son. Let's say your son, you don't want your son to have a mosquito bite. You yourself, you are not a king. You are just a normal person. With money, you also take care of your son. Not to mention about Prince Siddhartha. He sits under the Bodhi tree, and I tell you, in the jungle, also only just a normal mosquito bite, he would die. When he was in there with 3,000 security guards around him. You don't know about this. Who would dare to write about this? But I know about this. 3,000 security around him when he was in the jungle. Do you know about this? That is a reality, but nobody there to write it. I received a message from the Buddha. Now I should share that point with you. Who would dare to write the bad things about the Buddha? It is the reality. He was a king. So he was a prince. He has 3,000 concubines, and he has 3,000 security to take care of him when he was in the jungle. Because the king hoped that one day the prince returned from the jungle to take the throne. So, but he didn't like the throne, so he went away. You can see on the film he has the long hair, and then it's not like that. I tell you the truth. We just calculate by just the normal means in scientific way. Let's say he sit under the tree only with the mosquito bites for 3 days, then he would die of malaria in the jungle already. Not to mention that he can return back only in 3 days, not 49 days. Only in 3 days, mosquito bites, he would die. Now, do you dare to go to Africa? You go to the jungle in Africa, then you would become enlightened. Only 3 days with the mosquito bite, you die already. You will not become the Buddha, you will be in the grave. That is the reality. Who would dare to say this? That is the reality. But the book did not mention about this. How can they write it? They try to hide so many things. But these are the means for us to progress. They thought that we are condemning or judging the Buddha, but we are not criticizing. Because when we see that once he reaches the enlightenment, then it is good. Even if you do the bad things and then you reach the enlightenment, then it is the best. In my way of lecture, it's totally different. Now, you think about it. You have your children. Do you dare to leave your children to run away or to walk away to go to school by himself? You have to take care, and you wash himself so that he's clean, and you give him drinks, and you give him sandwiches when he can go home. You really take care of you are just an ordinary person. You are not rich, and you still take care, love your son, not to mention the prince. He's a prince. And he's a prince inside the country. It's not like from India, he go to Europe, it's maybe too far. But he was a prince, and he inside the country, his father was the king, and he go to the jungle inside the country. Nobody would dare to write that part. Not to mention, now they talk about the ash of the Buddha. About 25 centuries ago, all the people in India, after death, they put into the boat and burn the body and send it out to the river. Now everywhere they see the ash of the Buddha, and they tell this is the ash of the Buddha, and the people have to kneel down and worship. After he died, the bone of the Buddha, after cremation, it was 25 centuries ago. How do they have all of these ashes? After his death, and they called him the Buddha. It's not like at the moment of death he was a Buddha. It is all erased. There are so many changes. So many kings have changed. You know that in Buddha they do not believe in Buddha. So if they don't believe it, where do they find the ashes? I myself, now I'm still alive. They didn't also say wrong thing about me. I know you. They say that the master is this, that is that. I'm still alive, and I'm still alive right here, and they say that I'm in jail. I'm still sitting here. They said that I'm in a car accident. I'm still right here. They said that I was in a car accident, and they go and they said that the master is in the car accident, and the ambulance had to come, and they have to cut the car in half to take the body out. And all my students, that's how they said. They called all the students and said that the master was in an accident and they have to cut the car. I'm still sitting here watching TV, and they told me that I was in an accident. That is in reality. I'm still alive right here. If I'm dead, then you know they can say so many things about me. So today with the lesson I want to share with you, so that we want to progress, then we have to go beyond good and bad. We should not judge of the bad, or we should not praise the good. All good and bad, these are the lessons, the valuable lessons for us to help to progress. As we can progress, we can help others to progress, just like us today. That is my mission on this earth. That is to remind you on that point. Therefore, when you go back, you advise to your family with all the lessons you learn from low to high. When you learn, when you reach to the high, then you leave the low lesson to others. When you reach to the high, then once you complete, then you leave that means to others to learn. They are all valuable. So for that reason, from the East, we always use the Buddhist teaching in order to help people on the spiritual path. But I tell you, 25 centuries until now, after the death of Buddha, they could not even change. They learn already, they keep on repeating on how can you progress, how can you develop. 25 centuries ago they teach, and then now they still teach the same thing. Then you are not able to develop anyway. They tell you to do good, stay away from evil, and they tell you to keep on doing good and stay away from evil, because that they say that you have evil. You go to the temple, you listen to what he said, to do good and stay away from evil. But when you go to, for the whole life, you go to the temple, from the beginning, when you hear the first to the 50 monk, they say that to do good and stay away from evil, do good, stay away from evil. But if you don't have any evil things, then how can you listen to that anymore? Because you still have the evil in you. That's why he keep on telling you. 35 years of listen, tell you to do good. But then 5 years later you do good. And after you do all the good things, and you ask, is there something else that you learn? But they only teach you only in that way. They couldn't even change. They don't have anything else. And now, as they preach, do they preach? And they do whatever they say, but they don't. They tell people to do good. If they tell you to do good, so that you can practice on spirituality, and when you have depression, you have stress, and you die, they tell you to follow the spiritual path so that you can live long. But you are unable to do that because of your stress and your mental breakdown, and you die. So I share with you from my analysis, so you have the opportunity to learn so that you can progress. Through this question from the student in Iran, I advise for you, when you go back, you can explain to your children to understand all the lessons that you learn. Once you learn that you leave this mean to others. With everything that you know, let's say if it is the evil, then you don't repeat that. You don't know about how it is in these evil ways. Once you understand to the depth of it, then you know to love these people who are falling into the evil ways. So I just want to summarize for you. If I keep on continue and explain, it's still the same. So in summary, I share with you the life of Buddha, so you know. With all the lesson that we learn, after we complete our lesson, then we leave this to others, and we continue to learn the new lessons. Then only in that way we can progress. So now, I'll let you take a 1 hour break, and then over here I'll eat dinner, and after 1 hour we will resume again. With everything that you already know, I hope that with the remaining time today and tomorrow, you try your best to take notes with the important points. With these important points that you could not understand, perhaps you can ask so I can explain for you, so you are able to contribute. Otherwise, if you don't ask and you go back, you cannot do it correctly, then for sure it is not beneficial for you. So yesterday and today, I forgot to remind you, but I think that most of you, when you are in the class, officially you can ask. A number of you, only the students who can ask. The auditors, I advise for you, let the student ask. You are the auditors, you only just listen and learn the lecture as you are in here in this class. But you already learn, and then you ask questions, then it is pity for the students who are now here. They don't have enough time to ask their own questions. That is my general reminder for you who are here auditing. And for the students here, for the first time as you are here in this class, this is a new topics for you. With everything that I had done so, apply to help other people. With everything that you learned in the previous session of level 13 plus, you are able to help people in many aspects. You have done so positively. I hope that from this class, in the same way, after you complete the class, you go back to your family, you go back to your country, or you may travel elsewhere. With everything that you learn, you are able to contribute to help all of the people in this region. And you are able to do it successfully. That is my general advice for all of you in this class. And now, I let you continue to ask questions so I can answer for you. So you can research and apply further. Dick, can you tell me the number of...
Yes, we have one.
I do the special techniques that you gave us. And the person recovers and manages to get rid of his or her wandering souls. And do we still do the same technique at the higher levels? What can we do to help people who have wandering souls in them? That's the main question. The second question. How many transfers of energy can we do to people per day? Now that we're at this level 13 plus, can we do more than one transfer per day per person? Third question. Another question that concerns a higher level of the school, a student who is at a higher level, does that person can lower his or her vibrational state and frequencies, and is it possible for this person to be more upset? I'm waiting. Is it possible that this person is not feeling okay, and that person is not good-willing, and that person has a bad character, and apparently that person is not up to his standards of the standards of this level? Is it possible that this person is lowering his or her own vibrations, contrary to the level at which she's at now? Because supposedly we should have a higher vibration the higher we go in the school. And thank you, Master, for all the help you're giving us. That's mainly the question. We're going back to the first question to summarize it a little bit more. If we lose sometimes our higher state of vibration, is it possible? Is it normal that is it possible that we may be invaded by wandering souls? In that case, can we explain this fact by saying that the person has lowered his or her vibrations? And is there any explanations to that state, or is there any cause or any other explanation?
Dạ thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi người học viên Liên Xô. Câu hỏi thứ nhất liên hệ đến vấn đề những cái linh hồn bất diệt bất tử nhập thể xác. Thì khi học ở lớp 3, bạn này cũng có biết có một người học viên cũng bị nhập, và rồi bà áp dụng cái công thức để trị giúp cho những cái linh hồn này, những linh hồn nhập bất diệt bất tử tiến hóa. Bây giờ ở cái lớp này chúng con có làm những công thức nào tương tự hay là công thức nào khác trong trường hợp bệnh thần kinh giả đó thưa Thầy, những linh hồn nhập, thì chúng con có công thức nào hay không? Vấn đề thứ hai bà xin trình bày với. Now let me give you a general answer to this question. In the lower levels, I had answered many times. I just want to summarize for you so you can understand. You should remember, all of you, the students in UE, from the level 6 down, all of the wandering souls, they can enter your body because if you want to. However, this wandering soul do not cause problem to you. You are able to help them to the light easily. That is the first case. The second case is when you are from the level 7 and higher. Then you do not need to do anything. Only with your presence, when you are there, directly or indirectly, from a distance, all of the wandering soul, they would leave the body. So they follow the path to the light. Listen carefully. You do not need to pray. When you are in the level 7 and higher, you can do the collective list. In the collective list, if someone died, you are not able to save the body, but you are able to help the soul to return to the light. But for you, you need to remember, when you are in level 7, you have the energy that is given to you from the deities to help the wandering soul. Then no wandering soul can possess you. You need to listen and carefully and remember this. You should not be too confused to say that you are able to help the wandering soul sometime. These are not the wandering soul, but these are the guardian who protect the physical body. That is one of the mistakes that you made. And by interfering with that, you are weakened in your energy. All of the case of wandering soul, as I mentioned to you, from level 7 and higher, they can never possess your body. If there is a case of the wandering soul possessing someone, when you are there, automatically the wandering soul following your energy, they would go to the light because that energy God had given to you so that they can go to the God. You don't have to pray. I just summarize for you in short, so it is easy for you to understand on that point. The higher you learn, you have the ability to use the higher frequency of the energy. Nobody can lower your frequencies except that you don't want to use it. How come you don't want to use it? I know a number of students, you learn to the higher levels, you think that you are learning to the high levels, you are not giving the treatment comparing to the lower levels. In that way, you are lowering yourself. Now you are in the level 13 plus. And you use energy from the stars. You can. And let's say you have your family members, let's say your wife or your spouse or your children. They are in the level 11, 12 and 13 only. Listen carefully. They only use the energy from the sun. If intentionally or intentionally they try to apply using energy from the stars, they would lose the energy totally. They don't have any capacity. They don't have the capacity to receive the energy from the stars that has a powerful energy that I have taught you, I transfer energy so that today you think it is so simple, but it is not so. With everything that I do, I transfer energy for you. With the way that you receive the energy, in each level you can apply within that level. You can do that in the lower levels, but you're not able to go beyond your capacity to the higher levels. If you try to attempt to use the technique of the higher levels, you get weakened and you lose your energy. And eventually, as you know, our capacity is limited, our body is limited. Then how can you endure in the case of the electrical power? With the electrical power, power in the case of the location near the high voltage power supply, that would cause damage to your health, especially for those who are living near to this high power line. Each day, 8 hours as you go to work, close to the high power line, as you work there, slowly it weakens yourself and you get a problem with your health. There's no medical examination who can measure and determine the problem that you have due to the influence of the high voltage power. However, when you learn to the higher levels, in the level 11, 12 and 13, you know how to use the energy from the sun, you know how to use the energy from the stars, and eventually you will learn about the brain of prehistoric man so that you are able to solve for yourself, for your family, in the case of the influence from the high voltage line that weaken your health. So in summary, when you learn you have a higher frequency already, it is enough to meet the demands to help others. you have sufficient capacity to help yourself and others. If unintentionally or intentionally you learn in a level 13 and you use the energy from the stars, that means you want to return back to the state of using the energy of the sun. If you don't, you use a pyramid mass, then you're not able to do the higher task. Meaning that you are in this level, you want to use the technique of lower levels, you're not able to meet the demands to do the bigger task. Meaning that you are not able to convince the soul of the cells, of the patient, of yourself. So unintentionally, let's say you use the pyramid mass. It is if you try to use the pyramid mass, you are not able to control the soul of the cells. Then using the pyramid mass, you are going back to the old levels. You listen carefully. You learn to the high levels, then you try to use the technique of the lower level, that's no problem. But if you are in the lower level, you try to use the technique of the higher level, you lose energy. I teach you very clearly, so you should not worry. Any one of you, anyone who tries to damage or destroy your frequency energy, this is God who gave to you, so that they cannot destroy or block it. Therefore, in the human world, there's no one who can block or destroy your frequency of energy. If they can do it, that means they can destroy the energy of God. Who can do it? So through this question, I explained for you in detail for this student. Just like all of you in this class, you should not be discouraged and continue on your journey to apply with everything that you learn. You apply now, next week. It doesn't mean that I tell you to wait for 1 month or 5 months. Next week you will be able to apply. Starting from Monday you can apply. Whether you can apply more or less, it is up to you. You can abandon it. Listen carefully. You can you listen carefully so you can apply. And when you do the treatment, I explained for you already. At any levels, you can only treat that person 1 time a day, except let's say they have additional injury. Let's say they have accident, they have an accident, then you apply by controlling the cell of the soul of the patient, so that you receive the energy from the light of the stars, transfer energy to help the patient in the case of accident. So remember, that is in the case of emergency. That happened in a day, then you can do another treatment. Next question.
Can open the chakras of those children, but I wonder if this is true. Isn't it the children born before 96? Or maybe that was a wrong translation from me. It is of course before 96. So if the master can confirm that it was before 96. Second, the exercise with respiration, last level, the master said, you inspire and 3 times out, and now haal dat nog eens, want okay, now about the exercise, we see that we must 3 times inspire and 3 times we exhale, 3 times and 4 times. And in the last description, I have read that we have to 4 times, and it was 4 times. I don't know where he has read that, because he says that in the description of the technique in the last seminar, he has read that it was 4 times. 4 times inhale and 4 times exhale, 3 times, and 1 time you exhale 4 times. But I think he is wrong. Okay. Next. Last. One more question. Yesterday there was a question about sexual intercourse with higher beings, angels and human beings. I have read also something about this, and I have a certain opinion about what can be the meaning of that. In the Bible, we can read that Maria and Joseph, that Maria how do you say that? Became pregnant because of the Holy Spirit and not because of intercourse with Joseph. I think maybe that Joseph was a medium. And when you are a medium, your soul can leave your body and another entity, another spirit, higher being can enter this body. And at that moment, it possesses that body. I understood it in such a way that in this case, Joseph was the medium. His own spirit has left the body, and the Christ energy took possession of his body, and at that moment there was the intercourse between Joseph and Maria, so with the body of Joseph, but with the spirit of the highest, with the high spirit that was possessing that body, and for that reason, the fruit of that intercourse, Jesus, was so special. Okay, and he wants to have the opinion of the Master about this idea. I'm sorry for the mixing up everything. I hope you can make a good question of it.
Listen carefully. I want you, for your children, without a month, if they are born from 1996 to the past, and every year, and in the next year, then next year, then it will be from 1997 to the past. My point here is, so if instead of the past, I allow you to teach from 10 years of age. I see at the present time it is so difficult. First, you need to protect their health, because we learn to the high levels. The children, we love them. For that reason, we love them. I myself, in the same way for you, all of us. So we need to help them so they have the energy that God had given, so that they can protect them. The reason that I want the children from 8 years of age and higher, so they have the chakra open, so they have an immune system, so they don't have any problem with their health. Once they are sick with a strange virus, you can transfer energy, they are able to receive the energy faster, so they can protect their health. If not, you take care of all those people and your children are sick, then you are not able to endure it. So for that reason, I want to share with you so that you are able to protect the children in your family. So you have calm and peace, so you have time to contribute to help other people. These are the people who are not as fortunate like us today. In the case of the breathing protocol, I had explained clearly already. The first time you inhale and 3 times, the second time inhale and exhale 3 times, and the third time inhale and exhale 4 times. That is correct. It is not like 4 times, like as you explained. This is, I confirm for you clearly, so you don't have confusion. However, you inhale one and then in exhale, you think something else. You got distracted. So instead of receiving energy from the star into you, inhale and then exhale, but then you forgot. And the second time you thought it is the first time. So in that way, then you read 4 times. It is so as important. The important part is you need to focus so you can do the right technique. After you receive the energy from the star, you do the breathing protocol so that you are able to help the soul of the cells. So you are able to help the nervous system in the brain. You are able to help the cell to regain the order so that you are able to maintain your health. That is the reason I advise for you to do the breathing protocol. When you are able to use the energy from the light of the stars, each time, each day, perhaps you can practice 3 or 4 times a day. Perhaps this student might be confused about the. I advise for you, each time when you practice, you do 3 breaths in and 10 breaths out. Perhaps you can do that 4 or 5 times a day, the breathing protocol in a day. And if you're not sick, you can practice 4 or 5 times a day. There's no problem. It's not like you are sick, you have to practice whenever you are free, especially for those of you who are working as a labor. When you are tired physically or mentally, all you need is just to spend a short time, receive energy from the light of the stars, so that you can do the breathing protocol. 3 times inhale and 10 times exhale, so you are able to recover your health. You reduce your stress and recover from mental stress, so you can go back to your work. That is how I guide you And I explained clearly for you so you don't have any confusion. Now, according to my understanding, as I learned from the deities, now let me give you an example. One of the case in the human world at the present time. With the advancement of the humankind, after 3 centuries until now, with the advancement of science, as you can see in the human world, we are contradicting ourselves. Now I ask you, if you are the scientist, if you are the medical doctors, I ask you, yesterday and today, you asked me, now let me ask you, you are the scientist in front of me, you are the medical doctors in front of you, do you believe in that? In the virgin birth? If you don't believe it, especially for those of you who are Catholics, in the Catholic doctrine, they said you have to see for real evidence to believe. This is written in the scripture. Do you believe in it? So do you believe in that? First of all those of you who are scientists or medical doctors, do you believe in that? And for those of you who are Catholics, you believe in Jesus, Maria, and God. Now this is written in the scripture. Do you believe in it? And you yourself, you believe in it, but you tell people not to believe. And so that's why you are contradicting. You are a scientist. You say that you need clear evidence to believe, but this is you don't have clear evidence. It is written in the Bible, but do you believe in it? I tell you, I ask you, do you believe in it? However, there are many books that was written, as I mentioned to you, a woman without the sperm who can also give birth. If you have the capacity with the sexual organ of the female, they can give birth easily without the sperm from the male. You don't believe in it. The scientists around the world, that include the American scientists, they do not need the sperms, and they still have going through the process. They can clone humans. Then how? Why? So no matter how we explain, we are not correct. With everything that they tell you not to believe and they believe, and you believe and you tell people not to believe, so no matter how you answer, it is wrong. So that is the reality I share with you. You use the concept of the virgin birth. You don't believe, but I believe. I base on the spiritual part. We do not need anyone. Once God wants a woman to give birth, without a man, she can give birth, because God can create all of the universe, then give birth to one of the female. Giving birth to a female is not as difficult. I know for sure. For certain, I believe, but I know for sure the scientists, you don't believe. Sometimes you don't believe, but you are afraid that you're not able to be admitted out in public. So out in public, you say that you believe in your profession. Did you say out in public, you say that you believe, but in fact, in yourself, you don't believe in it. But I myself, I believe in it. Listen carefully. I believe in what was written in the scripture. You said that you don't believe. But in front of others, you say that you believe, but you tell others not to believe. So that's why you are contradicting yourself. You say that you need a man and a female to give birth, but in the Bible it was written like that. You said that you don't believe in the. You said that the female, they need a man to be pregnant. Then how can I answer? Instead of answering, I ask you back. No matter how you answer, it will be wrong. No matter how you think, it is wrong, because they do not follow according to your thinking. You tell them to believe, but you don't believe, because this is not written in a human, because it was written by the scriptures. We are the normal people. We are the scientists. We are the medical doctors. Even though it is incorrect, but you still believe, because it is written from the deities. You think. I give you my answer, and you think further. If we talk about the spiritual path, then God created all of the living creatures, then anything God can do, let's say for us, all of us, Do you learn witchcraft any day of witchcraft? No. In the past, when you saw the witchcraft doctor, you are afraid. In the past, when the wandering soul entering the body, you are afraid of them. But now, you are not afraid of the wandering soul. Even the witchcraft doctors, they are afraid of you, because you don't have, even though you don't have everything, you only have the capacity that God had given to you. They see you, that they thought that you have a high level of witchcraft. In the past, you just place your hand on them. Now you are in a high level. Just walk by all the wandering soul entering the body. They just follow you, and the person is clear from being possessed. Who can do this? Me? No, because God, He gave it to us. Whoever God gave it to you, then you can inherit. That is the spirituality. That is God who can do it, not us. I cannot do it. You cannot do it. We all cannot do it. But God gave us that ability, then we can do it. So that's how I can share with you, so you can see. Any form of the scriptures in the world, they have a high level of spirituality that they left behind the means for us to learn. But once we learn, can we apply? If we can apply only now, but not in the past. Starting from 1989 in the past, they did not. But from 1989 until now, because I taught you, I can do it and you can do it. Even though I did not learn witchcraft, you don't learn witchcraft. You are not the witchcraft doctors, I'm not the witchcraft doctor, but I can apply the formula of these witchcraft doctors to help the wandering soul to return back to God without any problem. For the past almost 15 years, that is how I share with you. So the question from this student, I share with you with my answer. You think about it. If you believe in science, then you take out the spirituality. If you think about, you believe in spirituality, then you put the science out. So that way they don't have any conflict, because each they have their own right. I have mentioned to you already, when science and spirituality can merge, then the humankind, we would have peace. Now we don't, because each side they have their own right. The spirituality, they think they are right, and science, they think they are right, and nobody would yield. Then how can we help the humankind? So now in this class, you are right in front of me, I know. There's a number of you who are very intellectual, a number of doctors who are very good. I remember many of you. But then the scientists, the doctors, you serve to the community, to the country, to the world. If you take this, you explain to your colleagues in your profession about your spirituality, they would not believe in you. About 81 years ago, about 1924, the scientists from England, they go to India to research on a spiritual path. When they research on a spiritual path, in 1924 they return back to England. They present what they learned to their colleagues, the doctors, with everything that they learned to develop spiritually. These doctors, they have to leave all of their career. They go to India, follow the spiritual path. That was written. That was in 1924. And it was written and translated into many languages. After that, these scientists from England who go to India and return back to England, they wrote so many books, and they ended up in India and died in India. I just share with you a part of that, so you have the opportunity to learn to help others at the present time and in the future. Next question.
And you know that our country is under great stress, and we are very sorrowful about all the victims that we've had for the past 2 days. We suffer with our friends colleague from Spain. Just like my friend from Malta, I'd like you, Master, if it is possible, to do meditation today or tomorrow, if you think that it is necessary and convenient to help Spain. I am the father of an autist daughter, and she always asks questions about autism. 2 years ago, Dick has told us and has given us his own opinion regarding saying that we could open the chakras at 100% to those children, and that my daughter was born in 1996. Is it possible for me to open her chakras at 30 and 60%? Is it possible for me to do that, sir, Master? Is it good enough for her, even though she's an autistic, I'm sorry. My spouse is a level 7 of the school. She doesn't want to accept the autism of our daughter, even though she's the mother. She is very selfish somehow. She doesn't move forward, and she doesn't want to go back onto her spiritual path anymore. She is in a state, a block state, and I need some help so that she can take the next step, so that she can love her daughter back again. I do transfers to her and to my family. I talk to her, I try to explain things to her, but she doesn't want to move forward. I'm very tired, Master, and I'm even losing my own health. She doesn't want to evolve anymore. What is happening to her? What is happening to me, Master? What is happening to her, Master? Is there a way to help her? I was hoping to do her transfer to her chakra 6, just like for disobedient children. Thank you, Master. I have faith in you, Master, and I know that you're going to help me. Thank you, Master.
Patrick, one question is, are you talking about artistic?
And they are born from the year 96 and above, and in the past, you are able to help them. Now, in the case of your spouse, due to the fact that you have a child who is sick, I advise for you, all of the people, let's say they feel discouraged when they have a sickness, you can tell them one thing, then they may be enlightened. You tell them your spouse, you talk to your spouse, Buddha with all the power, he also died. All of the leaders, the top in the world, they also die. All of the best medical doctors in the world, they also die. So in the human world, we all eventually die. Nobody can overcome this path. Nobody can, from the time of creation until now, from the time of earth with the human until this moment, everyone has to depart from this earth. In parallel to that, when you are in this class, among you and your spouse and your children or your brothers or sisters, you are able to apply, so you are able to help them so that they can regain their mentality. Besides the fact that you can treat them by sending energy from the stars, by controlling the soul of the cell in the nervous system, and before you go to sleep, you use your chakra 6, you receive energy from the light of the stars, and you send directly to the chakra 6 of your spouse or your friend to help them. On this you can do without any problem. You do this, and you can see the effect. And with the effect, that is a positive sign that God help you so you can regain peace in your family. That is how I explain for you. When they blame you, you can say that the master had mentioned the mother of the master who is sick, although he can save, but he cannot save his mother. I tell you, a person is about to die, I can help to live for 7 years. My mother, after surgery, I can help her to live for 5 more years. And the other one go to the hospital, they can live for 7 more years. I do not feel discouraged. More or less, eventually my mother will have to die. Eventually, if the deities do not allow me to live on this earth, I will die also. I cannot live forever. So you can use the example from my family, for myself, and from many of the people in the past. The highest one, the top one, eventually we all have to we have to depart from this earth to return back to God. So in that way, you are able to help to soothe in the case of your problem in your family. Next question.
Thank you, Master Dang, for allowing me to be here. My question is, in the Level 3 manual, it explains or talks about enlightenment as being the search for truth through self-awareness and self-realization, with the ultimate goal being, and from my perspective and from what you said, for all of us to get back to God and be one with God and one with God's Spirit. So if that is the goal, if the goal is for us to all get back to God, then why did God put us on the planet and make us human in the first place? That's my question. My second question is, in the recent past, you mentioned that St. Louis would have a lot of spiritual significance, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, and also if there are other areas that will have spiritual significance in the future also. Thank you.
Dạ, kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi các người học viên bên Hòa Lan. Trong cuốn sách lớp 3 hồi trước, Thầy có đề cập là cái sự tiến hóa và cái sự giác ngộ của con người. Thì chúng ta sẽ đạt được cái sự giác ngộ qua những cái quá trình tu và kiếm được ra chân lý để rồi hội nhập trở về lại với Đấng Thượng Đế. Nếu đó là mục đích của tất cả mọi linh hồn là để hội nhập trở về lại với Đấng Thượng Đế, thì tại sao Đấng Thượng Đế lại phải tạo ra qua địa cầu những cái hành tinh này cho con người xuống đây phân tách ra từng nhiều để rồi cuối cùng sẽ lại trở lại với Đấng Thượng Đế? Thì tại sao Ngài phải tạo ra tất cả muôn loài như vậy? Vấn đề thứ hai, hồi trước Thầy có đề cập với chúng con là ở bên St. Louis thì cũng có những cái ý nghĩa tâm linh, có những cái đặc điểm về tâm linh. Thì trên thế giới này có những cái nơi nào khác cũng có những cái đặc điểm đặc biệt về tâm linh như vậy, như ví dụ như hồi trước Thầy có nói ở bên St. Louis thì có những nơi nào khác giống như vậy hay không? Dạ, xin hết thưa Thầy. Perhaps you did not listen, or if you listened to this already, now you continue to listen. Through this question, I had answered many times already, from the level 7 to the level 11, 12, and 13 already. However, today is this level 13 plus. Students who is from America, who came to Holland to learn this level 13 plus, I answer for you. If you listen already, you continue to listen. If not, then now you listen. For the past, all the time that you live on Earth, and all of the scientists, after 3 centuries on Earth, do they leave behind something that is there anyone from any planet that can live in other planets, that can live in a human society just like us? If there is, this is just pure fiction. In the nearest, in the 20th century, there are a number of you who research and confirm about the UFO, extraterrestrial. I confirm there is no UFO or extraterrestrial being who can land on Earth. They are all fiction. And the British scientists also confirmed, starting in the year 2003, there's no extraterrestrial being and there's no UFO from anywhere that can land on this Earth. And I also remember I answered to you, the students, on this Earth, we live right here, this planet right here, for 3 billion years. God has sent all of the spirits down here. That is the spirit that God created so that they can form a human society on this planet to see how high we can reach in terms of wisdom and enlightenment. But then, unfortunately, after 2.9 billion years until now, at that time, there is one of the most advanced civilization. That was about 200,000 years ago. I often mentioned to you about Atlantis. They were the top advanced civilization in the world, but then they are still limited because of their selfishness. God wants to create on this earth always the human. We need to have true freedom and happiness. All of the people who live on this earth without any suffering, we always have a smile on our face. That in Vietnam, in Asia in general, all over the world, we are waiting for that time, the Long Hoa meeting or the Golden Age. It is so simple to talk about the Long Hoa meeting, but in the human world, what is the percentage of the people in the world population that can have a true smile, or who in this world have true peace and freedom? No one. No one at the present time and in the future, no one who can live on this earth totally free and happy. There are but only a false sense, not real happiness or freedom. God thought that 200,000 years ago, all of the spirit from Atlantis, they can help the whole humankind to have wisdom, to excel, so that they are able to control the soul of the cells in the nervous system, so they can help the human to excel further, so that we can migrate to other planets to bring life there. Meaning that we can bring the human society, just like on Earth, to other planets, in the nearest, let's say on the moon, for example. But then we are still so low. We still need so many means, the physical means, so that we can travel out to space. And we bring back the rocks from the moon. The human who are suffering, they spend thousands of people working and billions of dollars to send the spaceship out to the moon in the 60s, and brought back only the rocks. They cannot help anything. That was about for more than 40 years until now today, and eventually they send many spacecraft out. What is their purpose? To save mankind? To help to improve the economy, to help to improve the health in the human, or is it just for the economy, or is it for political? Nobody knows. Even if I know, I would not say to you, not for the students, but I just want to explain for you so you can understand. That is, on this earth, God wants to teach us how can we reach the true state of wisdom. So once we can reach that state, we can travel elsewhere easily, because people like us in the past, they had gone through, they had done so 200,000 years ago. In the 20th century, I myself, my body and spirit had traveled out to space already. It is not that I haven't done that, but I wait for the right time. I had done so, and I want for when you are officially can do it, then at that moment, we all have a chance to migrate to other planets. At that time, the people within the human flesh on this earth, we would be able to travel to other planets. The one who is closest to Earth, so that they can have the human society just like us. I hope that on that day, in the 21st century, I hope that we'll see that day. That is the reason that God has sent our spirit down here to learn, so we can learn all the lessons in so many billion years, so that we have the true capacity in order to help. Now you need to have billions of dollars, use science and technology, and only sending 5 or 7 astronauts. If they are fortunate, if they are not fortunate, only 37 seconds exploded and they all die. They travel out to space safely. By the time they return to Earth, it exploded and then they die. So that in that sense, the science is no good. How can you travel out to space to research? That is how I share with you. How come we in the human, we are present on this earth? That is the reason. I mentioned many times, so this time I share with you a little further, because you are in the higher levels in UE school, in this class. Now, as you know, because at the time you are American, I'm American. You know, in 1776, that was the time America was formed with 13 states, and Missouri at that time, it was the capital. About 200 years ago, the masters in Europe, they came to America to form the country, and these masters, these are the ones who have properly researched. They designed all of the maps in Washington DC so that they can help America, and they designed the dollar bill that I have often mentioned to you. Eventually we'll have a new era, new people, with all of new changes. And at what time, what is the era? Nobody knows. In the human world, after 200 years until now, and now with the teaching of UE, with everything I taught you, I do not want to say 100%, but at least 90%. All of the subject we had mentioned, but in the human world, they are not aware of it. For the past 15 years of teaching, more or less, I received the message from the deities. I teach you. In this class, I do not need to form the lesson in front of me, because it was all stored in my brain. When I start to teach a class, and I start a lecture, and then I continue with the lecture, and I send out the information for you, so it is sufficient for you to open your mind, to remind you, to remind your spirit, to remind your mind, so that you can store and save in your brain. You store to save in your spirit, so that at this time, all of us, we combine our effort to help mankind. In the world, there are so many. As I have traveled here and there from 10 years, I have lived in America. I have traveled to many countries, as I have mentioned to you. The last country that I reside, that was 3 years until now, that is Australia. This is not for my own benefit. And nobody would force me, except that God who taught me, as I received the message, I know about the human world, from where we come from. In the human world, how we are, how we can create all of the living creatures. The first man appeared on earth, how it was, how do we research on the planets? About 5 years ago, as I came to Australia, I came to Ice Rock, and a number of you who came to Ice Rock to develop on spiritual path. That is the prehistoric man, the first time man appeared on earth that traveled and ended up there in Australia. 3 billion years I travel everywhere already. I received everything that I learned from the deities, everything that I can apply in front of me, that I myself, I came there so that I can receive. With everything that I had learned, I already learned. With everything I receive, I receive. I just wait for the time, the right time, this year, next year, so that we can apply to help the mankind. If the honorary person to organize the class, for sure I have to prepare all of the documents, the lecture. I do not, because it is all stored in my brain. So nobody can take it from me. I don't leave anything in a material way. As you can see, Teresa, my wife, before she followed me, she had to prepare the lecture so that I can teach tomorrow. But now, the level 6, level 7 special, level 11, 12, 13, 13 plus, and in the future the level 13 plus about the brain. I take it from my brain and teach you. I don't have anything in front of me except only the telephone. If you use from the books, and you use the book and you write into the books and you say that today you have this book and you can ask only about this book, you cannot ask anything else, and that's all. In this class with 500 of you, I do not know what you're going to ask today, so how can I prepare? If I prepare like today, you ask about something else, 30% you ask about the control of cells, how to receive the energy from the light of the stars. Only 30% about the topics of the class, and 70% you talk about your children, their sickness, this country, that country, why. 70% of topic you ask something else outside the scope of the class. How can I know what you're going to ask to prepare? No matter how I prepare, it's wrong. Because I don't have the topics in front of me you ask, and I just go directly to the answer for you. In this world, there's no one like me, the master. Because 500 of you, besides Vietnamese going through the translation, you lost a lot of hours. And with 14 languages, with 500 of you, I don't know what you're going to ask. How can I prepare? No matter how I prepare, let's say I prepare right here. I have this manual of the level 13 plus. As you ask, I know it already. Besides this, I know I have information in my brain. And that's all I have. I do not need to prepare. So you can see, all of you, you are the instructors. As you are a teacher in your own profession, you have to prepare. As you are a professor in school, you have to prepare the topics. And today the student can ask only the scope of the class. Because if it is outside the scope, you don't know. So how come? If it is inside or outside the scope of the class, all of the questions I am able to satisfy for you 100%. I don't have to wait, except only about the class about the brain of prehistoric time or prehistoric man. If you don't ask, I cannot answer. You don't ask, I cannot answer. With everything that I learned, I answer for you. But from yesterday until now, nobody dare to ask. Because you did not learn the lesson from this class, so how can you ask anything about the next class? So that is the reason I want to share with you about the research on the development of spirituality. And at the last stage, I come to Australia, that I can learn to be able to help others with the message I received. I'm fortunate that in last November, a number of you from America and other countries who accompanied me to Thailand, to China, and returned back to Australia, and they returned back to America. As I go back, I receive everything already about the spirituality. I receive all of the information. Now there's only one more point, is to transfer, to remind you, so that you, me, we all can contribute to help mankind, starting from this year and continue on to the following years. Listen carefully. Therefore, in this class, perhaps the class about the level 13 plus, or the next, the brain, the class about the brain, I cannot promise of any other seminars schedule. Next question.
You're teaching us to charge ourselves, to use it in a good way. Then the same energy from the same stars are having a very strong negative aspect, which is even getting stronger, and so therefore the whole world is getting worse and worse, and every day creates more and more problems for us. Well, maybe, as you said, they don't have the capacity to use it in a good way. But as we are like a fish in the water, and the fish doesn't know the meaning of the water, and we are small fish in a river, maybe if we are not caught, we are getting ready to get into the rough seas. Are we getting ready for a disaster day, or are we going to put our real mission after the disaster day? Thank you very much.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, người học viên này từ bên Iran. Trước nhất là xin cảm ơn Thầy và thay mặt cho tất cả những... Through the question from the student in Iran, that this one here that I dearly, because he also follow me in Sri Lanka. When this student had asked, when I see this, I remember this man. who had followed me many times to Sri Lanka to attend the World Congress in the year 2002. I also want to share with you everything that I learned from the deities. God had given the blessing to the large AOE family, that is me, you. All of us, we have the chance so we can serve humanity with my limited capacity, just like all of you. We have our limitation, but then with our limitation, we still endure. God and the deities allow us to apply universal energy, energy from the sun, energy from the stars, so that we can meet the demands to solve the problem, the deadlock in the world. We are able to use, we have the we are authorized to use that energy. But we can send to others how much they can receive. The important part is, do they want to receive it? Whether they receive or not, we just send the energy to them. The part that they receive or not, we should not be too concerned. After do you complete your task? If you can, that is good. Then you continue on your journey to do the work. With everything that God had given to you, do not keep it yourself, just give it all to others. And whether they can benefit more or less, it is their own business. And you should not be too concerned about that. Once you complete a mission, when you complete your work, then you continue on to other tasks, other work to help other people, other continents, other country. In that manner, you will reach wisdom and enlightenment. That is the result I learned after 30 years. And in the recent 2 years and 20 years, I have many concerns or worries. I was afraid. I had many distractions. Because with millions and billions of people, that will include my family, my country, your country, the AOE family, all of these people in a large AOE family, do I have enough time to meet the demands to help? These are my concerns about 10 years ago. Slowly, as I have the ability, as I go out to teach, as I remind many of you, and eventually, about 5 years ago, each day, at least once or twice, I received the energy from the universe, the energy from the stars, the sun, so I can transfer energy to help the large AOE family all over the world. For the past 5 years, I have done so. And I continue to do so. So that I can protect you, protect your family. Why? So that you and your family and me, we all can combine together to help. For us, whether we can complete, and further, we just need to complete our task. Whether they can inherit or receive or not, is their business. If you have concern about that, it is no good for you and you have distraction. The responsibility is just to complete your mission, and that is good. That is a way that you can repay God, as God allow you to use and give you the work. Therefore, you should rest assured with everything that you can do, with everything that you can complete within your capacity, that is good enough. That is how I share with you. Then from that perspective, you feel at peace. If you sit right here and you think that your family here and there, like right now, right here, right now, the people right immediately around you, these are the people, your neighbor. It is not that the people far away here and there. They may be maybe 50, 30 years ago, that is my point. I talk about myself. 30 years ago, my people in Vietnam, we often thinking about the country, the people, the neighbors, and these are the people. And after 20 years, I travel and I reside here. All of my relatives and the closest one are here now, not the one in Vietnam. That was Vietnam. That was the past. Now in the present, I want to help the immediate. In the past, my family members that were in the past, within my capacity, whatever I can do, I help. Without any capacity, I cannot help them. If you keep on have a concern out of your reach, you cannot reach them. Then it is a loss for you, and for them, there's a waste of time for you. So try the people who are right next to you, close to you, around you. That is the people you can sacrifice for these people, and they will sacrifice for you. When you need to do certain thing, a smallest thing, right next to you, the family members and your close friends. That is how I want to share with you. Through this question, We don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. One of the special things, perhaps I remind you that you remember, I advise for you during the Lunar New Year, at that moment in Holland, in Europe, at that time, as I meditated, over here it was midnight. In Europe, it was 2 p.m. And one of the special thing when I meditate in Europe, and among many of you, about 45 minutes. In that 45 minutes, there is a powerful energy that's sent out to space. The satellite out in space, they have problem. The satellite out in space, they are not able to communicate with them. And they send data up, and the data is lost when they send up. I said I don't know whether it is right or not. At that moment when you are in Holland to meditate with me at 2 p.m., one of the strange things is a number of you in Holland or in a neighboring country, you have a power loss totally. And the scientists, they don't know for what reason why. In Australia, there is one of the powerful energy from the ground that sent up that caused a problem with the satellite. From the ship, sending to the satellite, and they are not able to track the satellite. I think it was for 48 hours. I do not say that I have the ability. I do not say that you have the ability. I do not say that we have the ability. But when I meditate, I receive the message. There is a powerful energy that cover not just the earth, cover the entire universe, not the earth. On this, if it happen, God will give us that ability so that we can contribute to help this earth in the future. It is a near future. It's not like the far future, 5 years, 10 years. It is from the year 2004 and 2005. So that we have the ability, we can contribute to protect yourself. That is how I want to share with you. Eventually, more or less, you have many opportunity. For that reason, how come I do not wait 5 more months, 7 more months to teach the level 13 plus and the class about the brain of prehistoric man? How come I rush in March I teach the level 13 plus, and in April I teach a class about the brain, so that we have sufficient time to apply in the following months? Listen carefully. For the next following months, in the year 2004, not in the year 2040. Listen carefully. I do the work, we do the work. To the question from this student from Iran, I just share with you through my experience as I understand and I know, so you can prepare. Prepare to protect your family, to protect your country where you reside. That is the most practical thing. In the previous class, in the future, we will have a lack of water, and in any country you have water that you can use. And that will be the richest country. But for us, for all of you, anywhere where there is water you can use, whether it is toxic or dirty water, one of the points that God had given to us, that is an invaluable asset, so that we are able to help mankind. Even at a time when there is contaminated water, the dirty water people cannot drink, we are able to use. That is beyond human imagination. On this you have done so already in the nearest. I just want to share with you already many times. You are not the witchcraft doctors, you are not the voodoo masters, but you can apply the formula. By using energy from the universe, you are able to solve the case of the wandering soul, to help the wandering soul to return to the light, and you can help the patient to recover. It never been written in history, so now it happened. So there's a new human that the American 200 years ago, they knew about that. They don't know about the era of the new people, the new world. So now we are here so that we can meet the demand to help, just like the masters in Europe who came to America 200 years ago, and they have predicted that they saw that the future. So this is my answer to the question from the student in Iran. Next question.
She needs Okay, she needs therapy, chemotherapy. We used to send energy 2 times a day. Okay, the basic question is, do we still treat 2 times a day for people who receive chemotherapy?
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, đây là câu hỏi về vấn đề trị bệnh. Bà có người bạn, bà này bị bệnh có một cái bú trong ngực. Vì cái bị bú trong ngực phải trị bằng cái chemotherapy, là bằng cái thuốc hóa học. Bây giờ ngày trước Thầy có cho chúng con là trong trường hợp về chemotherapy thì chúng con có thể truyền điện 2 lần trong một ngày. Thì bây giờ ở lớp này chúng con có thể truyền điện như vậy hay không, hay là chỉ truyền điện 1 lần thôi? Dạ xin hết thưa Thầy. I had explained for you many times already today. Starting, you are in the level, the highest level. You have the ability to control the soul of the cells of the nervous system in the patient. Therefore, each day you only need to transfer energy 1 time. And when you transfer energy before they go into the chemotherapy or after the chemotherapy session, you can transfer energy to the patient. There is no problem in that. I hope that with the new technique, you are able to control and the soul of the cells in the patient body. You are able to help the patient to recover faster. And in the case of the people who are healthy, they can maintain their health, so that in the future, the one who was sick, they are maybe recover, so they would be able to contribute to help their family, the community, and the country. Just like yesterday I mentioned to you, I hope that in the following levels, just like in this class, I hope that we are able to help the people who are handicapped on the wheelchair, so they are able to walk. Perhaps you are able to help them 70-80%, so they are able to recover. In the case of the people who are handicapped, that is one of my desire, my wish. First of all, like for the elderly, they are able to walk firmly without the helpers, without the wheelchair. On this, I hope that in this year, I'm able to solve, and next year, I'm able to help all these people who need to wheelchair, so they are able to solve that problem. That is my desire. I hope that with my wish, similarly for you, we all have the same capacity. We combine our effort together to solve the problem that we encounter. These are the incurable disease that in the past until now we have restriction in our ability, but now we have infinite capacity. I hope that with this infinite capacity we are able to meet the demands to bring joys and happiness to these people who are sick, that in the past they wish that they are able to recover. I hope that this year and next year they are able to have that wish. So to do that, you and me, we try our best to learn, to apply, so we are able to contribute to help those who are suffering for the past many years. Next question.
Only send energy to 3 local positions, and my question is this more intensive to the first energy transfer to the individual? I have some patients that have many diseases, for example cancer. Shall I place these people on the list and do the same treatment like somebody where I transfer energy? Why is there no difference in the technique? The sick person needs more energy than the healthy person. Why is there no difference? And why is it enough that I place a sick person on the list? Why is there still the possibility that did I understand it right, that before each single energy transfer that we have to talk to the souls of the cells? What exactly do I tell these souls of the cells, and how exactly do I move them? And when I receive the energy, is this longer than 5 seconds? Because I cannot speak to these souls that fast what is good for us. Yesterday, another question, yesterday night, I did exactly what you did because of the smoking, and I realized that you are with me, and I think also there were other souls, and since that moment I did not smoke anymore, and therefore I'm very happy about. Thank you very much for your help. And now a last question. I am a therapist, and I'm working with a special technique. Maybe you know this technique. During level 13, you told us that we are not allowed to raise our income because of the energy transfers, and our patients will become healthier faster, and we will have more patients than before, and everything that we need. And you know what happened? My patients really became healthy in a shorter time, but now I have less patients than I had before. This is hard for me. This is hard for me. And I'm very happy for my patients, but for me this is hard because I have to live from it. And I support my son with my income, we talked about yesterday, and I feel myself blocked. I'm happy for the people, but I hope that you understand me. Thank you very much.
Now let me answer to your questions so you can learn from this experience, so you don't have any worries. Now I share with you all of the local areas, let's say with the cancer inside the body. These are not the local area. If they are internal, they are not in the local area. The local area, let's say for example the breast, there is a cancer. Let's say on the elbow there is an injury, or the surgery wound, or the knees have a problem. These are the local areas. Now if they are internal organs, then you don't count them as a local areas. However, I explained for you clearly, outside your own body you have 6 local areas. Let's say for example with the severe, you choose the 3 most severe one, and you treat to those local areas. The other local areas, you can do the 3 and as the main severe one, and all the other one you apply the general treatment for the whole body. As you do on the severe one, eventually you are helping the whole body to recover. So that is for the case of the local areas. In the list there is no limit about the number of people. And you need to remember, it is not that perhaps you do not listen carefully. I will repeat for you, so you listen carefully. You use your thought. You control the soul of the self, of the nervous system of the patient, so that they can merge together with the main spirit of the main spirit, so they can return to God. You don't count that time when you talk to the soul. After that, whether you do fast or slow, it's not as important when you communicate to the soul, because you don't count that time. Now you are done with that communication. Now you receive the light from the stars, send immediately. That's done. 2 to 5 seconds. That's all. I do not say that you count the time. You say that you request the soul of the cells, of the nervous system of the patient. They have to merge with the main spirit of the patient so that they can all live together to God. It will take 10 seconds. You don't need to count that time. Right after you send that thought to communicate to the souls, the soul of the self inside of the body of the patient, and then you receive energy from the star and you send energy, and that's done. Remember that. I'll explain for you further. When you receive the light of the stars and you transfer energy into the collective list for those who are not sick, it is as a preventive way because of the energy you send to them. For those who have a minor case, minor disease, just like this cup, the water is up to here. Then they only need this much water and it's done. The cup is full. For those the cup is empty, then as the energy go into the cup is full, and it's done. So with energy, as you receive from the light of the star, from the scientific perspective, the light from the stars to reach Earth, it might take a long time. It might take 4 light years, for example. But for us, we only need to do it in very fast, faster than the speed of light, so that we can receive that energy. Therefore, the energy from the light of the stars, it is infinite. It is enough to cover the entire earth, not just to mention your list with the 3,000 persons. For those who need the energy more, it will receive more. For those who do not need the energy, they still receive the energy as a preventive way. So you don't have to worry about that. And you should not assure about the case of the collective list. Let's say they have cancer or some other have minor disease. With the minor disease, they receive less energy. With a more severe disease, they receive more energy, so that they can solve the problem. In the case of a severe illness, that the spirit of that patient really needs that energy to help to regain the order inside the body. I explain like that for you, so you can rest assured, don't have worries. If you don't ask, I won't explain for you. Only in the case that you have worries, you mentioned about you talk to the soul of the cells, and you are worried about the people who are sick more or less, whether they receive more or less energy. All of this destruction. When you start to transfer energy and you have this destruction, the energy supposedly you send to them 100. Instead of that, you only send to them 30 or 40 of the energy. It might heal them, but it will take a longer time. That's how I explain for you. In the case that you do the transfer energy for healing. I'm also happy for this student, that this student who asked the question, I remember yesterday, I also shared with this student already. I also give the opinion to this student, that today this student who is successful, that you are able to stop smoking, that is a good thing for you. And then, in your own practice, let's say you are a therapist, let's say you use combining with universal energy to help people to heal faster. That is the invaluable asset, that the blessing that God had given to you. That from the culture in the East, the culture from the Buddhist tradition, if you can help one person, if you can save one person, the deed, the blessing is equal to building 5 or 7 temples. And that person that you can help, just help one person, that meaning you help that one spirit. It doesn't mean that you can give them money. Just like you are giving them money to help the poor, just like the deed of building the temple, meaning that you're helping one person with the health, then you have infinite blessing. You are the instrument of God. You are working for God. God never deceives you. God will give you the infinite asset. Supposedly, you should thank God even though you don't have a lot of patients, because you are healing them so effectively. And eventually, for those who are healed, perhaps when they come to you, you don't have time to rest, and at that time you call God to send less patients to you. To ask God to give you less patience, so you have the chance, the time, so you can continue to receive energy, to send energy, so that you are able to have health, to have the capacity, so that you have the immune strength. You apply universal energy to heal people, to heal them. Right? When you are healthy, that is the invaluable asset that God had given to you. So I advise for you in general. I advise to this student in particular, do not worry about whether you have a lot or less patience. God will repay you fairly when you serve God, meaning that you are serving to contribute to help these people with sickness. I confirm this point for you. I do not deceive you. God never deceives you. So you can rest assured on this point. And you continue on your journey with everything that you learn, with everything that you can contribute. You should try to bring the joy to yourself. You receive the invaluable asset. That is the asset of blessing. The blessing in the material and in the spiritual way, so that it is sufficient for you to take care of yourself, your family. So you should not worry that you don't have money to take care of yourself or your family. So you rest assured on that. Remember, this student, you should rest assured on that. So one more time, I congratulate this student. If you are in this class, if you are in a similar situation like this student, you can apply the formula that yesterday I had guided to this student, so you can feel at ease, so you don't have to worry about in the case of smoking. Go on to next question. how can we connect and combine the energy from the stars to send into our body, so that all of the cells, especially the dormant cell, can we wake them up? And I have a problem about energy from the stars. Perhaps this is a new lesson. I would like for you to, with my education, I don't have higher education, can you explain further for me about the energy from the stars, the solar energy from the past until now? It is existed on Earth. They have on Earth device that can capture solar energy, and solar energy we are related. Now you're talking about energy from the stars to our body to merge with the cell. So solar energy. How can we distinguish or differ between energy from the star and solar energy? Do we have any confusion between the two energy? Another one is about the infant, newborn infant less than 1 year old. When we use a formula to use energy from the stars and communicate to the soul of the cells, for the newborn infants, they are so small. When we transfer energy to them, is there any effect to the infants since they are so small? So thank you, Master. These are my questions. Stop, son, stop. Is that just your children? Which one? This one is the 11th child. 11 kids. He has 11. This is 11. I told you that you will have 11, so now you have 11 of them. How old are you now? I'm not 40 yet. My wife is 37. He has 11 kids. Dạ, chúng con thông dịch liền xong rồi thưa thầy. You know, when we receive solar energy or energy from the stars, the scientists, they cannot do it. They cannot even do that. You know, solar energy that comes to Earth, it takes 8 minutes, light years, 8 minutes travel with the speed of light to reach Earth. Now, the energy from the stars to reach Earth, it might take 4 or 5 years because travel is the speed of light, because they are so far away. That is based on the research from the science. Well, as I mentioned this research for you, I cannot calculate that time. However, I want to prove to you from both aspects, material and spiritual, science and spirituality. From a physical sense, we are not a scientist. And if you are a scientist, then I do not have any comments. When the energies from the stars or the sun that come to Earth, they have so many interference. With this interference, that the energy is distorted. That are from the scientists. They cannot have the device to receive totally the energy. But for us, how come in a few seconds we are able to receive and we transmit easily? You said you cannot. I prove to you so you can see. If you cannot, then how can you, at the level only level 5.1, you can control universal energy, not the energy from the sun or the stars. From point A to point Z. From America, you can send to Vietnam and they are healed. Now you can prove this. How come you can do this? Then how come with the case of vegetable, animals, flowers, plants, you do not need water or chemical fertilizer, you transfer energy and they can grow. You can promote the growth. How come you do it? How come you can do it? You said that you cannot do it. I share with you one of the important part that I have mentioned to you. Me, you, we are not the witchcraft doctors. Then how come for those who are possessed, evil spirit possessing the body, that you only need a very short time, 5 minutes or maybe 5 seconds, then the spirit will exit the body. For the witchcraft doctors, they need to use so many rituals. Sometimes they can, in the case of the possession, sometimes they can and sometimes they cannot solve. We don't have any rituals. We only need 5 minutes maximum, then it is finished. For the witchcraft doctors, they might need 1, 2 or 3 days or a week. Sometimes they can or sometimes they cannot solve the case of possession. I explained for you from both aspects, science and spirituality. From a spirituality, you are the scientist, the level of the humankind at this time, or in the UE family. I keep on mentioning about God, Christ, Buddha, or the Virgin Mary. Then you would know. So, sometimes if I mention from that, you might not be able to grasp. So I use the term universal energy or solar energy, so I can explain for you how come you can receive. We are not a scientist. We do not have any means for research about energy from the sun, energy from the stars, but then how come you can send? If you cannot solve the case of this wandering soul, then you are not able to apply. You would not be able to succeed in the case of all of the problems that you solve in human society, all of this situation from the past until now. The UE students, you have been and you continue to apply, you have seen positive results. If you learn, you apply without any result, then now I tell you the truth. The students all over the world, perhaps maybe 30,000, not 3 million. At this time, we don't have a similar class like this. That is how I prove to you. For that reason, I just want to summarize so that you can understand the time that we have learned after 15 years, and this year and next year, we learn in a shortcut so that we are able to help the humankind with a deadlock. We don't have enough time for research. It might take a century or half a century for research. We don't have that time for research. You have done the research, 30, 50 years of research, and a lot of people died. We cannot solve. Therefore, the most practical lesson we learn in a short way so that we can meet the demand to help the humankind right now with a deadlock. At this moment, right now, in the year 2004, in the year 2005, that the scientists around the world, they have concerns. Therefore, I received the message that I have to rush to teach you in this class today and the next class in April. Listen carefully. Universal energy, energy from the sun, from the stars, that is a scientific terminology. All of this terminology that is equal to the energy that God had given to us, so we can use, because our mission is to receive and send. Whether they can receive and how much they can benefit, it is up to God to determine. It is not yours. Do not think it is yours. You can spend 50 centuries, you are not able to solve. Therefore, for us, in the case of treatment, whether we can receive or not, we cannot, you cannot, since it is not yours, so it is not easy for you to get confused between the two forms of the energy. From the infant, from the time of birth until the oldest person, the soul of the self, they are all the same. For that reason, you mentioned about the soul, the self, so they listen so they can protect themselves. As they protect themselves, meaning they are protecting the physical body. Just like I had mentioned to you, the one with the severe illness, they need a full cup, and for those who are healthy, they only need a few drops of water. For the infant, you think that they need little, or they have little. If that child is severely sick, perhaps that infant may use the whole cup of water, or the adult who is not sick may use only a few drops of water, for example. That is how I want to answer for you from both aspects. In the past 15 years of teaching, I often mention to you in both aspects. A number of you who research in science, I mentioned about science, even though I'm not a scientist. And I base from the scientific documents, so I can prove to you on UE. And from a spiritual aspect, there are many books, but they don't have any conclusions. The spiritual book, they don't have any conclusions, so how can we apply? I teach you so you can apply. Others who spend the time to write the books, but it's only theory. But the most important part is we can apply to help mankind. They have the theory, profound philosophy, but they cannot even apply. I do not write that good. I only teach you to apply. You, me, we can apply so that we can help humanity. If you read a beautiful books mentioned about many theory, many conditions, very good. But then when you go out, if it is good, then just with the medication, then you go out and you just buy a medication, you can solve all the problem. But beside the medication and the sickness, if there are other symptoms, how do I know? They say that you read the books and the doctor had right with the stomach problem, then you take this drug and that drug. But then in the case of the possession that cause problem with the liver, that you take the drugs, the spirits that enter the body that cause a problem with the stomach, with the liver. But in fact, they just take the drugs for the liver. All you need is just 5 minutes to take this wandering soul away, then you are able to help. That is the best way. You have to encounter many of these cases. The doctors, how can they cure? By using the medical convention. So now you say that you have problem, do you have to take more drugs? The more drugs you take in, the more side effect you have. But in fact, it is wandering soul. It is not a real disease. I explain for you from both aspects. But we should not mention too much on this about the case that we can heal the wandering soul. Any case that has a wandering soul, depending on each situation that we can explain. I just want to prove to you from that one point. From that perspective, you, me, we learn so we can apply. It is not to learn for research. We don't have enough time to conduct research. We only have the time to learn so we can apply. And that's all. I congratulate this student. You have 11 kids, so you just have a few more kids.
Maestro, buenos días. Vamos a ver, 3 preguntas que intentar.
I have 3 questions, Master. Very short questions. I know a few people here, just like myself, who have lots of grandchildren. I have 20 grandchildren. Some of them are very nervous and upstrung. And may I open their chakras? Or to little nephews that I have around me, or to children of friends of mine? Should we do it at 30% of the first day, 60% the following day? Should the parents be aware of that? Should we have their authorization, even though they are not? They're afraid. Even if they're afraid that we do something on their children. So please answer us. Second question. At a seminar in Miami, you said that older ladies who have sexual intercourse, that they could have a child even though we're old. It is my case, so I'd like to know if it is possible for me to have a child now, even though I'm pretty old now. And if the techniques that you're giving us with the best will we are trying to share that energy with everybody around us, and can we apply energy badly because we did not understand a technique? Would there be any consequence if we don't apply the technique properly, even though we're not aware that we're doing a mistake and we didn't understand the technique properly? Thank you, Master. Will there be any consequence on the patient?
Dạ, kính thưa thầy, bài này xin hỏi thầy, như thầy có trình bày là tất cả những đứa bé sinh ra từ năm 1996 trở về sau thì thầy cho phép chúng con mở linh xa cho chúng nó. Thì trong trường hợp của bà này, bà có nhiều cháu, con lẽ bà nói là cháu nội cháu ngoại, thưa thầy, bà có khoảng 20 đứa cháu. Thì giờ bà một số những đứa đó nó cũng có cái tình trạng sức khỏe và cũng có những cái trường hợp bố mẹ nó cũng có lo sợ không biết là như thế nào. Thì bây giờ trong trường hợp của bà này, bà có thể nào được quyền giúp mở luân xa 30% một ngày, rồi ngày hôm sau mở luân xa 60% cho những cái đứa bé này? Có những trường hợp mà những đứa bé con của người bạn chẳng hạn, hoặc là con trong gia đình, thì khi chúng con hướng dẫn cho chúng nó như vậy, chúng con có cần phải có sự đồng ý của bố mẹ nó hay không? Thì xin thầy có thể giải thích cho bà rõ ràng trong cái vấn đề mà giúp cho những đứa bé mà theo như bà có nghĩ bà nghe lộn, nhưng bà nói là từ năm 1996 trở về sau đó, thưa thầy. Câu hỏi thứ nhì, trong cái khóa học thầy dạy chúng con ở bên Florida, thầy có đề cập đến trường hợp những người đàn bà lớn tuổi, thì nếu có thể được thì vẫn có thể có con được, thụ thai được. Thì trong trường hợp bà này, bây giờ tuổi bà cũng già rồi, nhưng mà bà xin thầy có công thức nào giúp bà có thể được thụ thai có con được hay không? Nếu thầy có cái công thức này, xin thầy hướng dẫn để chúng con có cái kỹ thuật những người lớn tuổi mà vẫn có thể có con được. Sau hết bà xin hỏi thầy, trong cái trường hợp mà công thức mà chúng con ứng dụng ở đây trong ngành nhân điện chúng con học, nếu chúng con vô ý không biết mà chúng con có thể vi phạm một vài điều kiện gì đó, thì nếu vi phạm thì chúng con có bị ảnh hưởng gì hay không? Và đặc biệt là người bệnh nhân chẳng hạn, họ có bị những cái hậu quả gì không nếu chúng con là không biết mà vi phạm những cái điều lệ, thí dụ như trị bệnh sai nguyên tắc chẳng hạn, hoặc làm những gì sai nguyên tắc, thì có ảnh hưởng gì cho chúng con và có ảnh hưởng gì cho người bệnh nhân hay không? Dạ, xin hết thưa thầy. Now let me share with you through the question from these students. I confirm one more time for you. For all of the children of the UE family, meaning all of you, your children or grandchildren, with the condition, if they are born from 1996 and to the past, that is the blessing I give to all of the children, all of your children. So at least 8 years, 8 years of age. If they are born from 1996, even if they are born on January or February in 1996, they are allowed. So if they are born from the January of 1996, if they are born from January 1996 to the past, and then next year from January 1997 to the past, then they are able to learn. So all of the children from 1996 and this year, next year, then they are born from 1997 and the past, then they are able to learn. So you listen carefully on that. At least 8 years of age, or close to 8 years of age. Listen carefully. I also want to share with you 8 years of age for your own children. Sometimes your own children, your husband may not agree. It is difficult. I tell you one of the incidents so you know. You learn UE to protect your health. The purpose for you to learn to help people with health. There's one teacher who is at highest level in UE school. As I teach, I keep on saying that in the morning you go in, you just need to transfer energy collectively to help all of the children in your classroom. So this teacher, she applies, so in the case of the problem, the kid with a problem, and she's able to help the children, so they are able to do well in school. And you know what happened to her? The principal had applaud, but then the child of the children, and her children suddenly tell to one of his friends, that from telling them that she's the transfer energy to help the children in the class. So supposedly when they hear and they mention that to the principal, and the principal the principal fire her because of the fact that thinking that she's doing black magic to the children. So that is one of the case. I want to share with you another incident. About 8 years ago in Paris, one of the students who came to another country, and in the case of emergency, placing the hand to help a person, because in the emergency, so this the French lady who came to Morocco, and she placed her hand on the man to heal, because of the fact that in the emergency, afterwards, supposedly they should thank her, they don't. The police came and they thought that they thanked her, but they arrested her. The reason that it is not her husband, and she touched his head, so she was in jail for 8 days. That is some of the incidents that happened already. I just want to share with you, so you know. If you want to help them, they don't understand. So unintentionally, you are harming them. So it is not effective. So listen carefully. That is the experience I want to share with you. So you learn from this experience, so you can avoid the case in a similar situation that happened to you. Therefore, in your family, even if your spouse who are learning or not learning UE, if both you and your spouse agree, then you can help the children to open chakra. If your spouse who do not agree, then I advise for you that don't do that to the children. Don't open chakra for them. To avoid the case of a problem inside the family. You love the children, but your husband or your wife don't believe or don't know, then it has a problem for you. So it is best both of you agree, you or your spouse agree, then you can do it. If your spouse do not agree, then don't do it. If you want to help, but the family members they don't know, then it is better that way. You don't do it. And at the time when they all agree, then you can open chakra to help them. It is easy. So I explained for you clearly on that point. And another incident, I do not want to confirm that for you as an elder, you are able to conceive. If, let's say in the case of the ovary with the eggs, and with the eggs, without any problem, you are able to, in the future, you are able to conceive. In the case of the menopause, from a medical means, there are a number of the people, the elderly, from 48, 50 years of age, through the menopause, they thought that they are not able to conceive. However, from the medical perspective, they are still able to conceive at this time. In the Iwi family, in the previous years, and recently I do not have a chance to contact my student in the previous years, there's one person who is also high-ranking in the government, and because suddenly she developed her period, they thought that she has cancer, but in fact she had the period, and from then on, and she is younger. The moment when she developed the change inside her body, and there are many people also after menopause they are able to come back to normal. In the future, if you are able to apply using the energy from the sun, the star, universal energy, with other energies, just like in the seminars that I will teach you about the brain of prehistoric man. In the case of health, from my perspective, perhaps it is so easy. And in the case of nurturing the infants, premature infants, you are able to help them. Now we cannot tell, but in the future, next year, perhaps we are able to apply to help this newborn, premature newborn. And perhaps for the elderly woman, you are able to be pregnant. So for you, you should not blame how come you have this or how you don't. Whether you promise for this person who can conceive or not this year or next year, and I will see from the result. After we apply by the new technique with the brain of the prehistoric man, I will teach you next month. Listen carefully, so that we can prove that this year and next year to see the result. through the new lesson that you learn, through the way that you can use the brain of prehistoric man in the human flesh at this time to measure the result from this year and next year. So now I cannot confirm for you. So from now to the year 2005, you can see with everything, the event that happened on this earth, with everything that changes in the human, what are the new changes? What is it for? So we wait, perhaps we wait until the year 2005 to find the answer. Next question. And in the case of the treatment, I advise for you, if you do it incorrectly, then there's no problem to you. But for the patient, if you treat them with the incorrect technique, they are not able to get cure because the energy you just take back from them. Or you transfer energy to help the soul to be in order, and then you do it incorrectly, then the cell go into a disordered state. There is no problem to you. They are just not, there's no consequence to them, but they are not able to get cure. If you do it incorrectly, then you are not able to heal them faster. That's all. Next question.
Asked about malformations, and you said that you hope that in the future people would be able to stand up from their wheelchair. Now I have a specific question. People who have had a mastectomy because of breast cancer, those ladies, those women, will they also regain their normal figure? With other words, an amputated breast, can it grow again and form a normal breast like original when we start to communicate with ourselves? And one more question about treatment. I understood from the manual that we take the energy from the stars and send it to the patient. But this morning I heard in the translation that you said we have to send the energy to chakra 7 when we send it to the patient. And I don't know if I have understood that right or not. Can you please confirm this? And for children, children not from your own family, children with mental problems, children with behavior problems, the strangers, can we also send energy to chakra 6? Because some of my colleagues have understood that in that case we have to send energy to chakra 7, and I understood that we could send that to chakra 6 if it is for behavior problems, not only for your own children but also for other children. Can you please clarify? Thank you, ma'am.
Dạ, kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi những câu như sau. Vấn đề thứ nhất là bà cũng cảm thấy bà rất là may mắn được đến đây học, và đặc biệt là khi nghe thầy hướng dẫn là trong tương lai là những người bị tàn tật có thể có khả năng đứng lên đi được. Bây giờ bà xin hỏi thầy, trong cái trường hợp những người mà bị ung thư ngực chẳng hạn, sau khi giải phẫu mà cắt bỏ cái ngực rồi.
Now let me answer for you, so you listen carefully so you don't have confusion. To the question, I confirm for you. When you do the treatment, then you transfer energy to the chakra 7. When you transfer energy to help people with their personality problem, whether they are children or adults, or they are in your family or they are not in your family, you transfer energy, that is to the chakra 6. So you do the treatment by the chakra 7 and you do the chakra 6, that is for behavior problem. So that you don't get confusion. You thought that you do the treatment on the chakra 6 or chakra 7, you don't. So this is the answer for me, so that you are able to clarify, so you can apply successfully to help people. In the case of breast cancer, after the surgery, a number of you, when you learn from the level 6, level 7 special, and you are able to, in the case of the cancer not spreading, but in the case of the breast, I do not know, but the internal organ, there are a number of you with the lung, in the case of lung cancer, they are able to develop the lung. That I also mentioned about the lung, but for the other organs, I do not know. It didn't happen, I do not know, or they did not report to me yet. If we are fortunate on that, then in the future, in the next seminar on this year, next year perhaps, in the human world we will have a lot of joy. So, for this, I do not know, I have not learned about this yet. If we can do it, then in the case of the teeth for the elder, with the case of loss of the teeth, we are able to help them to grow. I cannot promise because I cannot learn yet. Only when I learn, when I see the result, then when I transfer energy to someone, to some family or somebody, when I see the result, if I can do it, then you can do it just like me. But right now I have not done, I have not learned, so I cannot answer. So I hope in the near future, I hope if I can learn it, if I can, with the result, or then in the following levels about the class in the brain, I will explain for you so you know. Next question.
The game addiction, like, you know, liking to play at casinos, and apparently I'm not sure that the question was properly translated. I'm taking care of the person who is a game addicted person, like, you know, going to play at horse tracks and playing at casinos, and that person followed the course of the level 4, but the person comes back to his or her problem. And apparently it is a nervous disease, it's a compulsive disease. Help that person. What can I do to help that person to get rid of that game addiction, if I may say so? Because that person really suffers a lot. That person treats her body very badly and her mind very badly, and that person also hurts her family. And how can I help everybody to evolve and get better in spite of the problem?
Dạ kính thưa thầy, bài này xin trình bày. Ngày hôm qua bạn hỏi câu hỏi về vấn đề nghiện xì ke ma túy và về vấn đề cờ bạc. Thì cái người học viên này đã học tới lớp 4 rồi. Tuy nhiên bạn cố gắng giúp trong cái vấn đề cờ bạc. Nhưng dù có giúp như thế nào, người học viên này cũng trở về lại cái thói hư tật cũ. Và vì cái vấn đề cờ bạc đã làm đau khổ rất nhiều và làm khổ cho gia đình và cho bản thân rất nhiều. Thì trong trường hợp này xin thầy có thể nào giúp ý kiến để giúp cho bạn này, trong cái trường hợp những người mà ghiền cờ bạc lúc nào cũng chơi cờ bạc, thì làm sao để giúp được cho họ? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy.
On this, I do not cheat. But there are a number of you, due to the fate or destiny, especially the one who are gambling, if they are fortunate, they see me and I transfer energy. If they are fortunate, then they are able to stay away from that. I explain for you. I share for this student to experiment. You want to help this person to stop from gambling. If you truly love that person, you want to help that person, then I can help you. You can experiment. This student, after you complete this level 13 plus, you go back to your country, you remember, first, you pray to the highest being in your religion. Second, you pray to the spirit of Master LUONG MINH, and then you receive energy from the light of the star. You transfer energy, not for healing. You transfer energy 3 times to the chakra 6 of that person. First time you receive energy to the star and send energy. The second time you receive energy from the star and send energy. The third time send energy to the chakra 6 of that person. And then you remember the right part of the stomach. You send energy to the right stomach, the right side of the stomach. The right side of the stomach, they receive energy from the star and send energy directly 3 times to the right side of the stomach of that person. And in your thought, you have to mention like this. This is different. If the soul of this person who come here to to go to the casino. Before you go to the casino, you would go. You have a problem, stomach problem, diarrhea. You say this due to the fact that this student want to help that person, so that to protect the peace in the family. That's what you do. You just say to the stomach, or when you send energy, when this person step into the casino, he or she will go to will have a diarrhea. Then when they step out of the casino, then the diarrhea problem will disappear. When they are about to go to the casino, then they will have diarrhea. And when they step out, then that's done. I tell you, even if they don't eat anything, they have to go have a diarrhea and they have to go to the toilet. You can experiment this. This is the first time. After almost 15 years, this is the student in the level 13 plus. I teach you this technique so you can help this person because of the fact that you truly love that person. Because of the fact that the problem with gambling, so that you are able to solve the problem in the family. You can apply that like that. That is, I want to help this student, so you can help. You listen carefully and write down the formula. I tell you, I have one of my students. I tell that student to promise, and this man, even though he promised, but he's not sure. He can promise to me. I just help by my thought. I told him with one condition: if you promise to me, and if you go to, if you promise not to gambling, but you go to the casino, the moment you go to the gambling casino, that you have diarrhea. Before they go walk into the casino, not even in there, they just at the garage, and they have diarrhea. And afterwards, they start to go in again, the diarrhea happened again. After 8 times, then after 8 times, he would not go to the casino again. He did not believe in that yet. The second time he tried again, still happened again. And the third time, now he stopped gambling. And that person has money. He has all the money he make, and he go to the casino. So that he promised to me. I always say, if you promise to me, then you go to the casino, you have diarrhea. So this is the first time. As you complete the level 13 plus, I allow this student to apply to help the student in UE. For sure you will see the result, and with this result, and that person will stop from gambling. In the past, about 15 years ago, I had helped one family. New in teaching, only teach a level 1 or 2, and open chakra 30%, open chakra 60% at that time. And that person did not believe in me. I told him, you should not go to the casino. And that person, he said even if he died, he would not stop gambling. No matter what you do, he would go gambling. No matter what I do, because he's a friend of mine. I said, okay, are you sure? I told him, anytime when you go to the casino, you would have diarrhea, and you will not be able to go to the casino. I tell him, you can only do it one more time. I give him $50, and I sign my name on that $50. If you can keep that $50, then you continue, and if you lose that class, and then you will stop. That's all I can tell that person. At that time I was only teaching the level 1 and 2. I give him $50. So he go in and he keep on for 1 week. He keep on winning. And then suddenly, by the time 1 week, he lost that $50. And the next time when he go in, moment he walk in, he felt have diarrhea, and he tried to go in again, and have diarrhea, and he tried that 3 times. He could not go in, and these are the 2 persons that I help. So now this student had asked, I share with you, so you can help one of our students. It doesn't mean that you can pray to me, but you pray to the deities in your religion, and then you pray to my spirit to combine with your spirit, so that you can help that person to solve the problem with gambling, so that their family can have happiness without any problem in their family. In the case of drug addicts, like I mentioned to you yesterday, it is difficult. If you wish, you can help. If you are courageous, if they in the case of drug addicts, if they have problems, violent problem due to the case that they don't have any drugs, You transfer energy to help them to calm down. In the case of the problem, you control the soul of the self, that person, as you receive the energy to help that person to calm down. If they don't have the drugs, in the case you try to help them. I show you with another formula. You control the cell of the soul of the self to merge with the spirit of the person who is a drug addict, so that they can merge with the main spirit. You receive energy and you send to the energy to the chakra 7 of that person. And with that, when they have a problem with the drugs, so because of the fact that you are helping them, when they have the strong urge and they have a violent rage, after they do the treatment already, you receive energy from the light of the stars constantly 3 times. You send to the chakra 6 of that person first, you receive and send, next receive and send, the third receive and send to the chakra 6 of the patient. And that patient will calm down. Next day you do it, and the third day you do that, and after 3 days, and they would stop. And remember, don't give them any money, so they can fall back into the old ways. After 3 days, with the urge that caused them the problem, you treat that just like that, and you are able to help them to stop from the drug addict. So you do that to your family first, to help your family. For acquaintance and friends, you can apply this technique so you can help them. So now you take notes on this, so you can answer to this question to this student, so she can happy. So next question.
Добър ден, учителю, или добър вечер. До сега говорихме за трансфер на хора. Аз искам да ви попитам, как правим трансфер на животни и растения? Свързваме ли душите на техните клетки с тяхната голяма душа?
Sorry, I'd like to know how to do transfers to animals and plants. How can we manage to make the souls of the little cells of those plants and animals to join the main soul of the plant or animal, to join them so they can go back to the light?
Dạ kính thưa thầy, người học viên này xin hỏi thầy, bây giờ công thức của chúng con để truyền điện giúp cho những cái thú vật hoặc là những cái cây cỏ thì chúng con giúp như thế nào? Để giúp cho những linh hồn của thú vật hoặc là cây cỏ tiến hóa thì bây giờ chúng con có công thức như thế nào? Dạ xin hết thưa thầy.
Now for you, depending on the number of the animals, it is not that you request the soul of the self, the animals. They are not able to merge because the animals, after death, they return back to the evolution cycle, so you don't have to control the soul of the cell for the animals or the plants. You only receive the energy from the light of the stars, and you send energy for 5 seconds to the animals. That's all you do. Listen carefully. Now as you are standing in front of the animals, you see the animals in front of you. You receive the energy from the light of the stars. You send to the animals or the plants in the same way. Listen carefully, so that you are able to help them. So at the time of death, they are able to evolve faster. Or sometimes when they are in their natural birth, or they are being killed, in either way, their spirit will evolve faster. As you receive energy from the light of the stars, you are able to send to the animals or the plants in the same way. You only need to transfer energy to an individual or a group of animals in the same way. Whether they live long or short, that is up to the owner of the farm. Let's say, for example, the person have a lifespan of a few years. For the cows, a few years, and in 3 or 6 years, you transfer energy like that with the chemicals to nurture, to help the cows. And as the cow grows, then for sure they would kill the cows to make meat. So in the case of vegetable or plants, same way, you transfer energy so they can to promote their growth. Then after they die, they go on in the evolution cycle to be in the animal stage. You don't have to worry about the souls of the cells. The important part is to help the animals or the plants by sending energy 5 seconds to them, and that's all you do. Next question.
Can you please give me the technique when you are a performer, when you do something with arts, like an artist, a painter? Now my second question is, I was a little bit sick and I was mixed up, and every time I was thinking of the stars instead of the sun, because I didn't have this level, and I was very disturbed. Okay, she's still a little bit mixed up, I'm sorry. The first question was, can the master teach us the technique that we now use when you are an artist, a painter, a performer, to give energy together with what you produce for the audience? And the second question is, she was a little bit sick last week, just before the seminar. She still had the level 13, of course, and by accident twice it happened to her that instead of thinking of the sun, she was thinking of the energy of the stars. And when it happened, she was a little bit shocked, because she's afraid that maybe she has done something terribly wrong and she has lost her energy.
Kính thưa Thầy, người học viên nên xin hỏi 2 câu như sau. Câu hỏi thứ nhất, bây giờ ở trình độ này chúng con có khả năng nào, trong trường hợp bà này là họa sĩ, thì chúng con có thể nào truyền điện vào, thí dụ như những bức tranh chúng con vẽ để rồi giúp cho mọi người được hưởng được cái luồng điện hay không? Thì cái công thức nào để chúng con là những người hành nghề như họa sĩ chẳng hạn thì có thể áp dụng được trong cái công thức của lớp 13 cộng này? Vấn đề thứ hai, cách đây khoảng 1 tuần, lúc đó thì bà mới là lớp 13, thì có lần bà bị bệnh. Có lẽ bà bị bệnh thì quá lung tung trong đầu óc, thì thay vì nghĩ tiếp nhận năng lực từ mặt trời thì bà lại tự nhiên.
Now I give you my opinion for those of you who are artists. So in general, for all of you who are artists, let's say you want to draw something. Let's say it's on your drawing table. You are drawing. Beside the fact that you use CHảo, you look at the drawing. Before you do that, you receive energy from the stars. You send into the drawing board. After you draw, let's say it takes you 2, 3, 5 days, for example. After you complete the artwork, then you receive energy from the star and you transfer energy again. And with that painting, let's say in the past only 10% look at it, and in the same copy of the same drawing, and you do it with that technique, and you see that you have 1,000 people. When you have an art show with that artwork, with the energy that you are sending out, it will draw a lot of people. In the past, with your drawing, perhaps you can sell it only for 500. Now, let's say you can sell the same painting for 5,000. So this, I want to share with you. You are in Holland, you learn in Holland. In the past, one of the students in Holland who learned the level 5 or 5.1, I do not remember, about 7, 8 years ago, one of the artists, a normal artist, after learning EV, I showed a technique to draw and transfer energy to the drawing. And at this time, he is famous worldwide. And this is one of the painters in Holland about 8 years ago. He's well known worldwide, not this just now. Because when you transfer energy to an object, but with your energy, people will draw attention. And in a way you are sending the energy indirectly to these people, they are able to benefit from your energy. And one more time, I advise to this student who is the artist, or all of you who are artists, you can apply. Then you will see the result for you, so you are able to help other people. The same case for singer. If you are the singer in the past, before you sing, you use energy from the light of the star, you send to the audience. And then you start singing. They will pay attention to listen to you. Why? So that the energy that you send out, they feel happy, they feel joy. And even if you do not sing that good, it will be good for you, for them, because through your voice there is an energy. From the energy, from the star that you send to help them, they feel joy, they feel relaxed, they feel comfortable. So in that sense, you will be successful. That is how I share with you. So you have the experience to help you. So you should not worry. Today you are in this level 13 plus. Yesterday I transfer energy for you on the first day, and yesterday I agree to let you use the energy from the light of the star. So you should not worry about this. You should not worry about this fact. All of the things that you did similarly, that unintentionally, as you are not aware of it, then there is no problem. If you intentional, in your intention, you want to do that, then there is a mistake. If you try to do it intentionally, there is a problem. But if unintentionally, then there is no problem. I tell you not to do this. If I tell you not to do from the lower level, you try to attempt to use the technique of the high level. For example, let's say, for example, you on your shoulder, you can carry only 5 kilograms. There's no problem. But if you try, you can carry, let's say, 10 kilograms, then you have problem. But if you carry 100 kilograms, then for sure you injured your shoulder. For that reason, I want to share with you from a simple example, so you know. So you should not try intentionally to test, to attempt to use the technique incorrectly. It has no benefit for you, and also it's a loss for you. If they have problem like that, then in the class, if they organize anywhere, you just come to audit. When I transfer energy to that class, then you can regain your energy. One of the shortest time, if you know my phone number, or if you lost energy because you intentionally try to attempt only when I talk to you, during the time I talk to you, I transfer energy and then you regain your energy. To meet me is so difficult. Sometimes my phone is busy, sometimes my phone is cut off, sometimes I travel to a region you cannot dial in, so you have to wait. So in the level that I teach, when there is a class, that I transfer energy to the class, you come to audit, you can benefit from the energy transfer. Next question.